we live? We are live. How you doing, Alexander?
I'm very well. A beautiful sunny day here in London. Blue sky, not a whisper of cloud. A bit cold. It's exactly the sort of weather I love. And that has put a spring in my step. And I've been out walking my dogs. And that's been a tremendous joy and pleasure in life at the moment. Lots of things going on in the world, of course. And that's also been keeping me busy. But, busy is good.
All right. Great to hear. Over here, it's really hot. Valley S opens up the live stream with a $20 super chat.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Opening the show with positive vibes. Thank you very much, Valley S, for that. I think I also saw Spartan Warrior Queen in the live stream somewhere in there. Our awesome moderator, the one and only Spartan Warrior Queen. I know you're there somewhere. Good to have you here joining us, and to everyone joining us as well. Thank you very much for all your support. Thank you to everybody that's liked our videos, that watches our videos, that dislikes our videos. Thank you to everybody that comments on our videos, that has donated to us, that has bought our great merch at the Duran shop. 10% off all the merch. Real News, just add that word, Real News, and you'll get 10% off. We're going to run all kinds of other great deals. Real good to have everybody joining us from NYC, from Florida, from Serbia, from Morocco, from Switzerland, Zarael from Switzerland, Bolivia, St. Leonard's on the Sea. Good to have you here with us. North London in the house. Is that close to you, Alexander? London, North London?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Very much so. I mean, I live in North London. I live in Northwest London. I don't know which part of North London Zariel is in.
London's big.
London is very big. And I'll tell you, one of the odd things is, if you travel around the north, it's actually the communications are very poor. You go into the center, it's fast, but to go round on the outer circle is very, very difficult.
All right. From Canada, the home of Teflon Trudeau, and from the Netherlands, the home of Teflon Rutte. We have a lot of Teflon prime ministers, don't we?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Guys that just no matter what they do, nothing happens.
Nothing happens, except I think the most important one, in a sense, who is Merkel. It's now finally and truly catching up with her. I mean, it's not just that she's due to leave in September, because that, of course, was already agreed and decided. But I mean, she's leaving now with a whole structure that she spent 16 years creating, disintegrating all around her. And that's so, Teflon can wear out too. And when it does, it can happen very fast.
She's done a real bang-up job, hasn't she?
Oh, goodness, yeah.
A real bang-up job.
Absolutely. And
to the Green Party.
Absolutely. Well, quite, yes. I mean, brilliant article by Ambrose Evans Pritchard about them in the Daily Telegraph, by the way, which is recommended reading to anybody who wants to understand quite what a wild ride Germany is in. They do become the leading party in Germany, but we'll see.
All right. Cyprus in the house. Awesome. Great to have someone watching us from Cyprus. Good to see you here. Where else? Essex, UK. Teflon is very bad for the health, just saying. You're probably right. From Bolivia. Welcome from Bolivia, Mexico. All right. Great to have you here. Yes, Spartan Warrior Queen, how are you doing? All right, Alexander, you sent me an interesting article from Dmitry Medvedev. And he pretty much said we got a Cold War on our hands. We'll just jump right into it, guys. Oh, by the way, I'll put the call-in link, everybody. I'll put that in around, I'll try to get it in 30 minutes into the show so everyone can call in and we can have a good chat as to what's going on in the world. Welcome to everybody from Australia, Sydney, from New Zealand, from Beijing. Welcome, everybody. Alexander, Dmitry Medvedev, his article, A New Cold War. Why do we have a new Cold War? It doesn't mean that it's the same as the past Cold War. It's a new kind of Cold War, but a Cold War nonetheless. Give us the reasons as to why he thinks we have a Cold War.
Well, I will just read quote from it. It's an extraordinarily interesting article, and that he says in it that the situation today is somewhat different from that of the previous Cold War. The US has slid into an unstable foreign policy This manifested itself in the rejection of the Iran nuclear deal, the withdrawal from the Open Skies Treaty, several other international treaties, and at the moment in the rhetoric of the new US president. The new strategic reality, the instability of Washington's foreign policy is largely caused by domestic reasons, but also by a certain decline in the credibility of the US as the leader of the Western world. And a new tactic of the American administration is to signal the need for a dialogue on the one hand and increase pressure on the other. It can speak both of the fulfillment of the Democrats' campaign promises and a lack of unity in policy making and decision making in the new team and of an American holy mission. We heard the call for dialogue during a telephone conversation between the two presidents, President Biden and President Putin, and then tough rhetoric kicked in, new anti-Russian sanctions were imposed, diplomats were expelled, and an executive order on the Russian threat was signed. And so he is saying that the reason for the new Cold War is exactly the same reason that we have been discussing at length in our programs, that there is a gap, there's a vacuum of policy in Washington, that the result is growing dissonance and growing dysfunction with different decisions being made that all contradict each other, leading to a general atmosphere of growing crisis as the hardliners push in one direction and as those who want to promote dialogue push in another. And what Medvedev is saying is that this is creating a crisis in the international system. It is obviously creating a situation similar to the Cold War. But, and this is perhaps the most remarkable thing about the article of all, he says that it is a situation, we are in a situation now comparable to that of the Cuban Missile Crisis. In other words, the situation is at the brink. The world is at a brink, similar in a similar way to the way it was at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, when the Soviet Union and the United States went head to head, and it seemed for a time as if nuclear war might happen. And I would remind everybody who Medvedev is. He is a former president of Russia. He is a former prime minister of Russia. He is the deputy chair of Russia's Security Council, which is Russia's top policy-making body. He is somebody who is extremely close to Vladimir Putin himself. Now, Medvedev is regularly spoken of in many places as somebody who is a supporter of an accommodating policy towards the US. There's even people like the Saker, for example, who pitch him as the leader of the so-called Atlantic integrationists. I have never taken that very seriously myself. I don't agree with that analysis. But here we see this person, Medvedev, a person as senior in the Russian government as it gets. Arguably, only Putin is above him, the person who sees all the intelligence data that Putin sees, because he's, like Putin, one of the chairs of this Russian Security Council. He says we're in a Cold War situation. There is a real threat of nuclear war, as there was at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And the reason for it is the dysfunction and chaos within the United States and within the new administration in Washington, where decisions are being made, all of which contradict each other, so that America one day blows hot, the next day blows cold, and nobody can tell exactly what is going on.
Okay, so I actually wrote down that Medvedev was seen as very friendly to the U.S. I remember when he was president and Putin was prime minister, when he made a trip to Silicon Valley, and it seemed that he got along really well with Obama and the whole, Rat Pack gang, so to speak. And then came Libya. Yes. And then came Libya, and I think that was kind of Medvedev's red pill.
Absolutely,
if you could call it that. So get into that, Alexander. Get into what happened with Libya if you want, and Medvedev a little bit there to add some context. Give us an update as to what's going on in Ukraine it looks like we have a de-escalation.
Yes, we do.
Let us know what's happening with Syria, because it looks like, as we reported, it looks like Russia is coming to help out Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Syria, getting involved in getting rid of that blockade that was hitting Syria. So we've got two pieces of news, big pieces of news, that haven't been widely reported, but we've called them pretty much spot on. We called Ukraine, we called Syria, right? And then, if you remember all of this, Alexander, and then I think you should get into the real Cold War. I mean, the real, the real battle here, USA and China. Because while it's, while America wants to confront Russia, I mean, it is China that is the big dog in this fight. So get into all of this stuff. Medvedev, Ukraine, Syria, China, US.
Absolutely. Well, Medvedev became president when Putin seemed to leave the presidency in 2008. Many people thought that would be his last term. He left the presidency in 2008. Medvedev was proposed by Putin as his successor, and he was enthusiastically voted. And of course, many people in the West and a lot of people in Russia saw him as a more liberal person and expected that he would pursue much more liberal policies. And it is a fact that Medvedev did indeed try. I mean, he really did participate in the so-called reset that Barack Obama tried with the Russians just after he became president. And what then turned out was that Medvedev, who, and this I have to say, has always come across to me as somebody who is extremely loyal to Putin and extremely loyal to Russia. He may be more liberal-minded than Putin, but he is by no means, in my opinion, a fifth columnist or anything of that kind. What he very quickly came to realize was that the Americans, when they were pursuing the reset, were actually trying to use the reset as a vehicle to manipulate Russian domestic politics. And what they were trying to do was to set Medvedev off against Putin and to try to make Medvedev, in effect, marginalize Putin, accumulate power, centralize power in himself, and at the same time, tilt Russia back further towards the US, bringing back to Russia some of the sort of economic and political policies that had been tried by the liberal governments of the 1990s. And I think, to his credit, Medvedev didn't go that far. And I think, again, as you rightly say, one of the events, perhaps the single most important event that made him realize how completely gamed he was being by the Americans, was the Libyan war. Because in 2011, as we all remember, there was an uprising in Libya. We can go into great detail about who was actually behind that uprising. That's another story, but there's all sorts of views about that. I have my own views, by the way, but I don't want to get distracted by discussing it. There was an uprising in Libya. We had all the usual demands from the regime change people about the need for a humanitarian intervention in Libya to save the Libyan people from the cruelties of Gaddafi and his government. And there was a massive propaganda campaign against Gaddafi and all sorts of extraordinary stories about how Gaddafi was machine gunning people at funerals, passing out Viagra to his soldiers so that they could carry out sexual assaults on Libyan women, how he was recruiting armies of mercenaries and unleashing them on the Libyans. By the way, can I just say, a strong racist undertone to a lot of that reporting, which a lot of people don't want to remember today. A lot of the people who today sing a very different note were very heavily involved in all of that. But that's, again, I don't want to
Biden, Obama, Samantha Power, Susan Rice. Should we go on?
Absolutely. I don't want to get distracted by this because we're talking about Medvedev, but just saying. Anyway, so there was all that going on. And so Obama telephoned Medvedev and said, I need to get a decision out of the Security Council to authorize this intervention, because Obama is a lawyer and always wanted to get some kind of legal stamp of approval for whatever he did. And he promised Medvedev, and the text of the Security Council resolution 1973 was drafted in order to make it appear that there would be a no-fly zone that would protect civilians, but that there was no actual intention to force a regime change on Libya. And in fact, the intention was that there should be a ceasefire and negotiations between the parties. And so the resolution was passed, and Obama and Cameron, who was the Prime Minister of Britain, and Sarkozy, who was the President of France, all went back on what they had said to Medvedev and what UN Security Council Resolution 1973 says. They spurned any suggestion of a ceasefire. They pursued a bombing campaign against the Libyan army. They supported the Libyan insurgents. They provided them with arms, despite the fact that Resolution 1973 specifically prohibited the supply of arms to Libya or to any of the parties fighting there. They violated the terms of the resolution in that respect. And the result was the overthrow of Gaddafi, his violent death, and the on video, and the destruction, exactly, and the destruction of Libya. Now Medvedev,
Hillary Clinton, we saw he died.
All that. Now Medvedev came under a great deal of criticism within Russia for having been fooled by Obama into agreeing to that resolution, and Putin, who was prime minister at the time, actually, when the resolution was passed, actually came out publicly, and for the one and only time that Medvedev was president, actually said that he disagreed with what Medvedev had done. And Medvedev has never got over it. He never forgot it, and he never forgave it. And from that moment on, from having been the pro-Western, more liberal-minded person, he's continued to be more liberal in some matters, but on relations with the West, he has taken a consistently much more hardline stance than I think many of his critics understand or allow for. In fact, he regularly talks about the West in much stronger language than Putin himself does. In fact, most people, again, don't know. And I often think that the Russian leadership, including Putin, often use Medvedev, who's, by the way, a very, very accomplished lawyer, to try to set out all these different views and to say them in documents and in interviews in order to make clear what the Russian leadership is thinking, but to distance Putin himself from those things, because of course it's Putin who has to carry out the negotiations. So Medvedev, very embittered, very angry by what happened in 2011. He subsequently left office, partly because people felt that he'd mishandled the Libyan situation, and that Putin needed to come back to give a strong lead in, once again, over Russian foreign policy. And Medvedev agreed to step aside and became prime minister of Russia for a long time, in fact. And as I said, he's always been very loyal to Putin. But this statement, this article, which the Russian authorities have been very heavily promoting, you can find it, for example, on the Sputnik's website. It's been translated into English. That clearly, in my opinion, sets out the Russian government's view. They see a lack of leadership, a lack of clear leadership in Washington. They see this drift of chaos and dysfunction there. And the article makes some very telling points about John F. Kennedy, how he was able to get a grip of the situation during the Cuban Missile Crisis, with the implication that there is no one in Washington who is able to fulfill the same role. I was struck by the fact, for example, that Medvedev never in any part of this article refers to the current president of the United States by his name, which is really very interesting when you think about it. So that's Medvedev. Where are we? Now, if people have been following our programs on the Duran and have been following my programs on my own channel, which is, of course, part of the Duran community of channels, you will know that I have always taken the view that though there was a very real danger of a war in eastern Ukraine, I didn't think ultimately it would happen, because I didn't think that Ukraine or Zelensky would destroy himself in the end by launching such a war. As soon as it became clear that the Russians would react overwhelmingly if such a war was launched. And I think that all sorts of people in Washington and London, who were obviously, I think, coordinating with Zelensky and people in Ukraine, who had thought that they might be able to launch a war and create a crisis in international relations, were taken aback by the scale of the Russian counter deployments, and that this caused panic across the entire West. And there's been frantic diplomacy ever since by Biden, by Merkel, by Macron, and by Jake Sullivan, who is Biden's national security advisor, and by General Miller, who is the chairman of the combined chiefs of staff in the United States. They've all been frantically calling Moscow, talking to various officials there, all trying to avert a situation where there might be a crisis in eastern Ukraine and a war which Ukraine would lose, which might very well end in Ukraine's destruction, and which would end in the West's humiliation. I've always said that there were also fanatical people who might nonetheless go for a war despite that. But I thought on balance that war this time would be averted. Well, it looks as if that is the situation. Obviously, the Russians have been given assurances over the last few weeks, last few days, that there isn't going to be a Ukrainian attack in eastern Ukraine. They've pulled back some of their troops, though by no means all of them. The latest figures are that we've only about 10,000 of those troops have actually been withdrawn. They've left a lot of heavy equipment near the Ukrainian border. And so they're in a position to move back very quickly if a Ukrainian offensive happens. But I understand that there were discussions within the format of the so-called contact group, which is a technical group that meets every so often, once in a while, which involves the OSCE, the two leaders of the authorities in the two breakaway Donbass republics, the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics, and Ukraine, to try to solidify the ceasefire and to stabilize the situation along the ceasefire line. And it seems that some progress has actually been made on that front also. So it looks as if, for the moment, the situation has stabilized. The international situation has stabilized. But there's clearly an awful lot of diplomatic activity still going on. Patrushev, who is Putin's chief foreign policy advisor, has had a series of telephone calls with Jake Sullivan, who is the Biden's national security advisor, and they seem to be talking about various subjects. And it looks as if there may be an attempt to restart some kind of negotiation leading to a possible summit meeting between Biden and Putin, at which the Russians have now made very clear that they expect, in return for that summit meeting, a recognition by the United States that they have red lines. And Putin's State of the Union address, correctly speaking, it's the presidential address to the Russian Federal Assembly, but it's similar to a State of the Union address. He spoke very clearly about red lines, about the fact that Russia has red lines and wants those red lines acknowledged and respected, and will take very strong action if they are crossed. And he wants the US and the Western powers to acknowledge and to acknowledge the existence of those red lines and to accept those red lines. And that's clearly one of the conditions for a settlement. He also made some very interesting points over the course of a meeting that he had with Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, in which he again made it crystal clear that he expects any moves towards a settlement of the situation in Ukraine to involve direct talks between Ukraine and the two leaders of the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics, and that a summit meeting to sort out the situation in eastern Ukraine between him and Zelensky will not happen until and unless that is done. So Putin has made his position very clear. And I also pointed out in my in a program that I did on my own channel that the reason that Putin has said rather little about foreign policy in his State of the Union address was precisely because he didn't want to disrupt the negotiations, the discussions between his officials and the administrations, the US administration's officials, which are currently underway. So there are talks going on. Where those talks are going, where they will lead, we simply don't know. But Putin is talking about red lines. Medvedev has published this article, which talks about a Cuban Missile Crisis, and also talks about the importance of the United States respecting Russian positions and acknowledging them. And then at that point, perhaps we can have some kind of geopolitical ceasefire in Europe, which might at least calm the situation there a little. The Russians are extremely skeptical. The tone of their comments is very skeptical. Medvedev's comments show how disturbed and worried about the situation they are, how angry they are, how the extent to which they doubt that the administration in Washington is able to take any steps that will actually move the situation forward. But at least there's an attempt being made to try and see whether something can be agreed. Now, at the same time, the Russians are taking various other steps to sort out various problems that they've been confronted with, Syria being one. The United States has, for the moment, largely given up, it seems, its attempts to overthrow President Assad by military means. It's been attempting to instead choke Syria economically in order to provoke a crisis there, which should also lead in the end to the overthrow of President Assad's government. The Russians, it turns out, over the last few weeks, have been in detailed discussions with Iran and Syria. And the idea is that the Russian Navy will henceforth escort Iranian tankers and Iranian freight carriers, ships, to Syria, to providing Syria with food, flour, and oil. And apparently 4 Iranian tankers have already reached Syrian ports under escort by the Russian Navy. And Russia itself has been providing Syria with food and grain and bread and flour. And that this is likely, it seems, to at least moderate the economic crisis in Syria, ending the oil shortage that has been crippling the Syrian economy over the last few weeks and resolving its food situation. Now, we've got all of this from an article in Al-Masdar, which is a Lebanese website with very close links to the Syrian government and which is extremely well informed about what is going on. It says there's an operations room, which is a euphemism for a headquarters staffed by Russian, Syrian, and Iranian officials to sort all this out, and that it's actually operating, and the Russian Navy is participating in all of this. And in effect, the blockade has been broken. Again, we said that the Russians would step in at some point a few weeks ago in a program that we did, and that also seems to have happened. All of this has Alex correctly says, is part of the overarching story of the United States now facing a great challenge from China. And in fact, Medvedev mentions China in that article that I talked about. He says the new U.S. administration attempting to reestablish its position as the world leader and protector of the collective West does not have the fortitude to recognize that someone in the world may have infrastructural capabilities and military political capacity comparable to them. For example, Russia or China. And of course, he's talking there about China. He's speaking specifically about the challenge the United States is facing from China. There have been Chinese moves in Taiwan. There was an extraordinarily strong article that appeared in Global Times, which again, we have covered, in which the Chinese said that if the United States extends a security guarantee to Taiwan, Taiwan will see that as a green line to seek independence from China, in which case China will intervene militarily to prevent that intervention from happening. And if the United States tries to get in the way, it is at war with China. Now, that was clearly set out in that article in Global Times. And the article goes on to say that the United States should not underestimate China's willpower and determination in this thing. For China, this is an absolutely fundamental issue, and the Chinese will see it through. And I've no doubt that they're not bluffing and that they're actually saying it as it is. And something else which happened, which is that, of course, we know that Biden tried to call this summit meeting, the so-called virtual climate summit meeting, was again clearly intended to establish the United States as the world leader on the climate question. What happened was Xi Jinping turned up, made it very clear that he intends to position China in that role instead. He's challenging the United States, in other words, for leadership of that particular issue, and doing it in a summit meeting which the United States itself convened. He telephoned Merkel and Macron and had a virtual conference with them just before this climate summit took place. And he made sure that his ally and partner, Vladimir Putin, was there to support him. And I've just done a program about all of that on my channel. And we also covered this climate summit in our on the Duran too. So all things are in play. It's a time, if you like, when things are hardening towards a more Cold War situation. But there is a fundamental difference between this Cold War and the previous one. The first Cold War was fought on ideology. It was the Soviet Union and communism versus the United States and democracy and the market. This time, one can't really establish those sort of ideological divisions in that clear-cut way. But there is something else, and I think this is perhaps a point which is perhaps more concerning. Firstly, unlike the first Cold War, which was basically a struggle for mastery in Europe, this is a Cold War which is being waged in many different places at once. So you have the Russians in Europe, you have the Chinese in Asia, you have the Chinese and the Russians, and to some extent the Iranians in the Middle East. The United States risks getting overextended if it challenges all these countries all at the same time in all of these different places. And of course, we have the fact that as a result, partly of decisions, I'm going to have to say this, made in the past by the United States to open up its economy to China, the Chinese were able to export goods to the United States and were given the freedom to work hard and to build up within China a manufacturing capacity greater than that of the United States, which of course the Soviet Union never had. So in a way, this is a new Cold War, and the United States goes into it from a weaker position.
Yeah, it's a strange Cold War
Very
because
strange.
on the one hand, I would say that it's the globalists, against, say, three countries: China, Russia, Iran. But it's not really the globalists against these countries in a way, because, okay, the globalists definitely want to tear apart Russia for various reasons. And I actually believe that while a lot of them are about getting into Russia and robbing Russia of all its natural resources and natural wealth, in much the same way like they did to Libya, i.e. Libya's gold, which is not natural resources, but they definitely went into Libya and they took all the gold. But there's definitely that sense of the globalist elites wanting to get to Russia and to just rob the place, just rob the place till there's no tomorrow. I mean, they definitely want that. But there's also a society kind of thing there that they want to get to Russia. Orthodox, not all Christian. I mean, they have a lot of different faiths, but definitely the Orthodox capital, the new Orthodox capital of the world, outside of Constantinople, Istanbul. Now it is Russia. It is Moscow. Definitely a country that does not subscribe to the woke ideology. Definitely a country, as Putin said in his speech, which is putting an emphasis on family, on population growth, on Russian tradition, Russian culture. I mean, when Putin was saying all of that, I bet you it just drove people like Susan Rice and Samantha Power and Obama and other people that are really running the show. It probably just drove them absolutely crazy when Putin was saying that in his speech the other day. Probably drove them absolutely crazy. So you have that aspect. But going against China may not be so much a globalist kind of Cold War. Maybe it is in a sense, because as you've said many times, Alexander, China acts in a globalist manner outside of China, but inside of China, I mean, they're very much nation state to the extreme. Surveillance, nothing gets in, nothing gets out. So outside of China, they have no problem with the globalist agenda, and they actually fuel it. Inside of China, it's a whole different story. And then, of course, we have Iran, which is a whole different type of deal, which you may want to address. So it is a different type of Cold War. Just before you address that, Alexander, I also want to draw your attention to remember Putin's speech at the United Nations, where he said, right after Medvedev, he says, "What have you guys done?" Something along those lines. Very powerful speech there. And you also mentioned about Russia wanting guarantees of red lines. Wasn't it James Baker that said, yes, NATO won't move any further under Ronald Reagan? And sure enough, they broke those guarantees. So how much value should Russia place on such guarantees?
Well, if they're given verbally as they were then you should place no value on them at all, because they won't be honoured. I mean, that's a fundamental point to understand. I can remember, I mean, I was obviously around at the time, but I can remember all sorts of Western leaders coming along and giving that promise, not an inch east. James Baker did that, but so did many other people. Genscher, who was the foreign minister in Germany at the time, I seem to remember, he certainly was saying it, and all sorts of other people were saying it. It was actually taken as absolutely settled that there would not be an extension of NATO eastward. And of course, that was a promise that the Russians fooled themselves into believing. Now, I have to say, a lot of Russians at the time were very skeptical about it. But, that was the days of Gorbachev and Shevardnadze, and they were desperate for admission, if you like, into the Western club. So they decided to accept that promise and act as if it could be banked upon. And the lesson they learned afterwards was that it cannot be relied upon. You cannot rely on those sort of promises. And by the way, since we're also talking about China, there's been 2 extraordinarily strong articles in Global Times, that's the Chinese unofficial Chinese newspaper, which actually scolds Russia for accepting a promise, being naive enough to accept that promise from the West way back in 1991, and saying that Russia got itself into a tragic situation because it believed, it trusted in Western promises, and that China will never do the same in the same way. So I think the Russians understand that very well. I think they've learned that history. And I think, by the way, those Chinese articles in Global Times were partly intended to remind the Russians of all of this, now that the Russians are in some sort of conversations with the Americans. So I don't think that the Russians are going to accept mere verbal promises this time. I think they will want something a lot more concrete and a lot more clear, and we will see what it is. I mean, it may very well be that what the Russians are asking for, given the chaos in Washington, the United States is not able to give, because to give that kind of concession to the Russians, to say, for example, that the United States commits not to including Ukraine in NATO. I mean, that's one obvious red line. For the United States to actually openly commit to that and to do so in some kind of international document, I mean, that would provoke a storm in Washington, which, to be straightforward about it, Sleepy Joe is in no condition or position to face down. That's one reason why Medvedev is drawing attention to how weak the government in Washington currently is. So we'll see whether anything comes of it, all of these discussions, but they cannot possibly rely on any such promise. Now, coming back to the points you were making before, there is a visceral hatred of Russia in the United States and in parts of the West, like Britain, for example, which they simply do not have towards China. Now, that has to be distinguished, I think, from the feelings that some people in Eastern Europe have towards Russia, which have historic foundations. But in the case of the United States and Britain, two countries which have never been to war with Russia, have never really had, well, Russia's never done anything to them. The degree of loathing of Russia there is simply extraordinary. And I have to say that I think you are absolutely right. At least one primary factor is the fact that Russia is seen as the somehow part of this furious culture war that they're waging within their own societies. And they see in Russia all the things that, you know, they're trying to overthrow, if you like, within their own societies: religion, conservative values, family, focus on families, those kind of things. I think also there is the fact that the Chinese, as you rightly say, pay lip service to globalization. Indeed, they sometimes like to position themselves as the great champions of globalization, whereas the Russians straightforwardly reject it utterly. And that, I think, again, makes the Russians a particular visceral target that the Chinese aren't. Now, you're quite right. China has been the great beneficiary of the wave of globalization. It surfed the wave with brilliant skill, and it did so in a completely calculated way. And from their point of view, from the point of view of the Chinese, this is, you know, globalization is the gift that goes on giving. The more globalization, the stronger China gets, because China has positioned itself in a way that it's become, if you like, the workshop that is able to export things everywhere within a globalized economy. So from their point of view, it's completely understandable why globalization is something that the Chinese pay lip service to. But as you absolutely rightly say, it is for export only. Now, I don't have any problems, actually, with the Chinese behaving in that way, because I can entirely see that a country, a nation, takes the greatest advantage of the opportunities which have been given to it. If you ask me, who is at fault here if you think that globalization is a bad thing, well, it is the advocates of globalization in the West who insist on persisting with a policy, or rather a set of policies, or a utopian fantasy, if you prefer, and have now discovered that from their own perception, by doing that, they've created in Asia a Frankenstein's monster. But that's their fault. I mean, you know, let's be very clear about it. I mean, it was entirely predictable that that would happen. Many people did predict it. I mean, they decided to disregard it. They said to themselves, we can always control this thing.
Well, they made a lot of money too.
They made a huge amount.
10% for the big guy, you know, they all made a lot of money.
Absolutely, they made a lot of money. I mean, but you know, in terms of their countries, they began to see they saw, you know, they disregarded, if you like, their long-term interests. And then along comes Donald Trump, and he says globalization is a bad thing. It's made China strong. It's made the United States weak. It's increased inequalities in the United States. It's created an oligarch class. I'm going to end it. I'm going to put up trade barriers with China. I'm going to break up globalization, and I'm going to try and rebuild the U.S. Manufacturing industries and all those sort of things. So what do? The people who are the globalization fanatics, the globalists of the United States, well, they do everything they possibly can to bring him down, because from their point of view, this is anathema. And now that they got rid of him, they find that many of his warnings were prescient, and they don't really quite know how to proceed, because, of course, from their point of view, they don't quite know how they're going to address this problem of China. And at the same time, their visceral feelings to Russia remain unchanged. Again, what Trump wanted to do, he's absolutely open about this, was that he said, you know, we don't want to have a situation where Russia and China come together, form a bloc. You know, that will be very difficult for the United States. So we've got to sort of separate them. Russia is the country that is ultimately got more in common with us, and it's got more reasons to be wary of China. So let's, in fact, try and detach Russia from China. And that's what he tried to do. And he got called a Russian spy and a Russian agent, and you know, for saying it, and to some extent for trying to do it. I mean, you know, we know all about Russiagate and what all that was all about. Now, bizarrely, there are some people who are Democrats, by the way, who are coming round to the same view. There was a very interesting article that was published in the Atlantic Council website by two scholars who came forward and said, you know, we've got to put aside all this business about human rights. We've got to work towards trying to improve relations with Russia. It's not in the US interest to have this conflict. There was utter outcry in the Atlantic Council. All the various 22 people wrote to say that, you know, denounce these two people. They've been described as, you know, fools and, you know, Putin apologists and all that sort of thing. There's been similar campaign against the appointment of a scholar called Michael Rojansky to the National Security Council, because he was seen as being soft on Russia. So it's all chaos. They can't bring themselves to put this visceral hatred that they have towards Russia to one side. And so the result is that they're losing. They're losing on every front, because, as so many people now understand, you can't take on two superpowers at once. And if you want to pursue a intelligent strategy, you try to detach the weaker one from the stronger one being China. But that isn't something that they seem to be able to do, because they can't put their feelings to one side.
Yeah. You know, these guys were making a boatload of money from China and from selling out their country. I mean, they were making a boatload of money, billions and billions of dollars. The whole DC swap was just raking it in by dealing with China and selling out their country. China was happy to oblige, because they knew that they're going to play the long game, and sooner or later, all these DC swamp creatures they'd sell out their country to the point that the country would collapse. In comes Donald Trump, and he starts talking about all this stuff. He exposes the racket, and all these guys in DC say, who is this malaka, man? Who is this guy that's about to spoil our game? That's what they said. And they said, this guy has got to go. They also said, you know what? This malaka, he actually wants good relations with Russia. We've got a good gig going on, demonizing Russia, NATO, EU, the military industrial complex.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of money in that as well,
Absolutely.
going to, creating all these regime change wars and everything. So they just saw Donald Trump and they said, this guy has got to go. But the problem they have now is that, okay, they got rid of Trump. They brought in Sleepy Joe and Kamala. But the problem they have is a lot of people in the United States have awakened to the fact that, you know what, we've got a problem here with the globalists and with China, with all this stuff. So, I mean, they're kind of stuck. They're absolutely stuck. And who's leading them? Sleepy Joe and Kamala.
Well, indeed, exactly. I mean, their fundamental problem is that Trump was right. I mean, I say that. I mean, I always find people are always astonished when I say that. I mean, because Trump, I mean, it's straightforward. He was no intellectual. He was not somebody who, would sit down and work out a position paper and give a, finely crafted foreign policy speech full of analysis and that sort of thing. If he'd be that kind of person, he wouldn't have connected with so many people in the United States. He's an instinctive politician who instinctively understands many things. He's not always good in getting things done, partly because he came up against a massive resistance from all of these people we've been talking about and their allies in the bureaucracy. Also, and I'm the first person to concede it, he made some disastrous personnel choices. But when you look at the overall picture, he was right. He understood much better the real challenges the United States faces going forward than all of these clever people in the Washington think tanks, the NGOs, the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, the Pentagon, all those clever people. He got it right. They're wrong. But by the way, one of the reasons why they hate him. And now that they find after 4 years, that they come back in and they're trying to reverse all the things that he was trying to do. They now find is that he was right after all. And it's partly what is creating all this dysfunction and dissonance, because it's quite obvious what they should do. It's quite obvious that what they should do. What they should do is they should agree with Putin. They should agree to observe Russia's red lines. They should say, we're not going to bring Ukraine and Georgia into NATO. We're not going to move all the time US troops closer and ever closer to your borders. We're not going to impose more sanctions on you. We're not going to try and meddle in your internal affairs. We're going to stop doing all of these things. In return, you will observe certain spheres that we have. You won't interfere in our domestic politics, not that you really do in any great extent. And we don't want you to do things around the world which might be awkward for us. That's what happened, by the way, in the late 60s and early 70s during the détente period that followed the Cuban Missile Crisis, which is what Medvedev was talking about. That's what they need to do. That's what Donald Trump wanted to do. But they can't do it. They can't bring themselves to do it, because from their point of view, that would mean, firstly, coming to a deal with this country they've come to have this visceral loathing of, and at the same time, in the case of many, many of them, as you absolutely rightly say, ending this very lucrative business that they've developed for themselves. And I mean, it's not just the MIC and its arms that it's selling to Europeans and coming up with all these exotic arms to fight the Russians. It's also all those people who work in the think tanks and the NGOs and the various foundations and agencies, the Atlantic Council, all the rest, all those people who are doing very, very well out of being anti-Russian and pursuing these anti-Russian campaigns. If you are in London, as I am, and I'm sure people in Washington also, and New York too. You come across these people. You come across people like that in cocktail parties and whatever, and you find them talking away, and you always find invariably that they belong to one of these sort of organizations, agencies, which are always very well funded, and they get very big salaries for spouting all this nonsense, and they don't see why they should stop. So that's the problem you run into, and it's what is causing for the United States the present crisis that it is facing. And, that's the other thing. I mean, we've just had this very dangerous situation in Ukraine, where it did look for a time as if Ukraine was going to launch an attack on eastern Ukraine. Whether it was really intended to do it or not, I don't know. But that looked as if it might happen. And that's been called off because of the Russian reaction. But because nobody in the West admits to the origins of this problem, that it was, the Ukrainians who started moving their forces to the east, we're now going to get a completely false narrative from all of these people that, it was Western solidarity that deterred the Russians. Whereas in reality, it was exactly the other way around. And that's going to make it very, very difficult, very, very difficult to move forward and to deal with the real situations, the real problems, when you're up against people like this who don't want you to know what is actually going on in the world. Now, we haven't started on about what happened in Belarus, which is a coup there, which is so bizarre. But apparently, the other thing we've learned now is that apparently Putin brought it up with Biden over that telephone conversation they had with each other. And it was done in a way which, again, makes me think almost certainly that there is a great deal of truth to this story. I mean, I was very skeptical about it when I started, but now I have to say I'm beginning to think it may be true, all the more so as the Western media has conspicuously ignored it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, can you get to actually? Let me do some super chats, and then we'll touch really quickly upon Iran. If you think Iran is going to be next on the list, because they've tried Ukraine, they've tried Syria. They're still a little bit stuck on Syria, so maybe that may go through, because we know there's going to be a war. We know they're itching for a war, so I think they're getting the feelers out, and they're trying to see where can we start that war. So talk about Iran and talk about Belarus, but let me do a quick look at the super chats real quick. We have Asavet MD, $20. Thank you very much, Asavet MD. Theodore, 1999, super sticker. Thank you very much, Theodore, for that. Peace Jen, $5. Thank you very much for that. We Karen, 20 euros. Thank you for that. Joe Tacoma, $10. Thanks so much for that super chat. Let's do a couple of questions. Alexander from Mark Hewitt, capitulated to BLM, capitulated to the Green Mob, capitulated to the IRA. Who will Boris, quote, Winston Churchill, capitulate to next?
Good question. I don't know. Who's to say? I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I don't want to. I mean, Boris saw a kind of Brexit through. I mean, he did bring Britain out of the European Union, which many people didn't really expect him to do. But he did that basically from opposition. He's not, I think, someone who's a particularly strong executive prime minister. He has one enormous advantage, which works hugely in his favor, which is that the Labour Party is actually worse led than I have ever known it to be in my life. I mean, I've never known a Labour Party that is as badly led as this. And I remember Michael Foot. So, I mean, that makes Boris seem a more authoritative and commanding leader in Britain than he deserves to be seen as. But I frankly think that he doesn't have much focus on these problems. And if you want me to say where the big potential crisis may be coming, I think it could be Scotland, because the situation in Scotland is very uncertain. There's a fair chance that we could have the Scottish nationalist parties, there's now two of them, winning a supermajority in the Scottish legislative elections in May. We've seen a much more radical hardline party, Alex Salmond's Alba party, emerging. I think the Scots are going to push, the Scottish nationalists are going to push very hard for Scottish independence. And I don't know that Boris has either the force of personality or the political skill to do anything about it. And I think that his inability at the moment to provide a coherent defense of the United Kingdom is already beginning to have consequences and makes the prospects of Scottish independence more likely still. So, you know, if you want me to say where I think the big challenge is coming from, it's there.
Keep your eye on Scotland. We'll do some videos on Scotland, actually, because this is a really interesting story, what's unfolding in Scotland. Margot, thank you very much for that $5 super chat. Thanks for the deep dive into U.S. versus Russia issues. We'll do a few more super chats. Alexander from Brian, $5 super chat. It should be more for everything you do. Spend it now before hyperinflation hits. We will buy some Bitcoin with that. Thank you very much, Brian. Thank you very much. From Sparky, things have suddenly gotten real for the globalist children playing pretend in DC. Will they allow adults to pull their chips out of the fire? That's an interesting way to phrase
absolutely.
it.
I think it's a brilliant way to phrase it, actually. I mean, as I said, I get the sense of people who simply don't know what to do. I mean, they are at a loss to know how to go forward. They can't give up because, I mean, you know, they're utterly sold on this. And as Alex absolutely rightly said, they're financially invested in it. I mean, from their point of view, you know, if you are working for the Atlantic Council and you're not anti-Russian, what's the point of view? So, I mean,
if you're making 5-10 million a year, Alexander, and in comes Orange Man and he's about to ruin it for you, you're going to also hate him as well, which is why 95% of DC absolutely hated Trump.
Absolutely. So that's a fundamental problem. But at the same time, they're now colliding with reality. And I don't really think they have an answer to this. And I don't think there is an answer to this, actually. I think that's the real problem. Certainly not an answer from this group of people. I mean, if you go back to, I'm sorry to go back to it again, to what Medvedev is saying. He's basically saying this. The United States is dysfunctional. The vacuum of leadership in Washington is what is at the source of the present instability and the great crisis that we are having. And that this administration, this group of leaders who are in power in Washington, are incapable of resolving that. Because they don't have that sense of unity at the center, which would make that possible. In fact, he actually uses those words. He actually talks about the lack of unity at the center. And that is really, really, I mean, he's absolutely right. He's absolutely right.
All right, let's keep it moving here. And we'll get to calls real quick. Yes,
a lack of unity in policy making and decision making. Those are his precise words.
Okay, from Joe Tacomba, $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Joe, for that. I'll drop in the link for the calls as well, guys, for the call-in show in about 5 minutes. From Fender Straff, $50 super chat. Thank you very much. That's the sponsorship right there. Thank you for that super chat. Thanks for all your work, keeping me informed on all your channels. It's clear the U.S. is a political and economic mess. Do you think that Russia will ever invade Ukraine, given the terrible memories of Afghanistan?
No, I don't think the Russians have a plan to launch a war against Ukraine. I think what they see as happening is that the situation in Ukraine is gradually getting more brittle and more fragile, and that it's eventually going to play out in their favor. I mean, the Russians play a long game. I mean, that's what they tend to do. Remember, it's almost an instinctual strategy that the Russians have, which is sometimes to trade space for time. And if you go back to 2014, they were in a weaker position then. They've traded space for time. They let the fact that, you know, when NATO moved into Ukraine in the way that it did, that they didn't challenge it head on, but they did enough things to disrupt that strategy from fully succeeding. And now, as far as they're concerned, they can simply wait. They can simply gradually sit back and wait. However, if the West or Ukraine does go for broke, then they will launch a massive counteroffensive. And they made that very clear that they will. And the exercises that they undertook had all the signs of being rehearsals for an operational plan to launch a massive counteroffensive, which they will launch if they have to. The most interesting thing, the two most interesting points about this were that they brought airborne forces, paratroopers. The Russians are the world's leading exponents of paratroop war. They invented it, by the way. So that, and they also rehearsed amphibious landings, which are clearly, in this part of the world, amphibious landings on the Ukrainian coast. So I think what would happen is that if there was a war in the Donbass, the Russians would launch an offensive like they did against Georgia in 2008, but on a much bigger scale, and that they would aim to encircle, create a cauldron, as they like to call it, around the entire Ukrainian army and basically obliterate it. I mean, and the thing to always understand about the Russians, militarily speaking, is that when they do decide to move, they move incredibly fast. There is this expression which goes back to the 19th century, which is that the Russians are slow to get on their horses, but when they do, they ride extremely fast. And I think that is how it would be. So I don't think they're planning an invasion, which, you know, but they're ready to launch a counteroffensive if they have to, and they're also ready and waiting for the situation in Ukraine eventually to play out to their own advantage.
All right, drnshop.com, guys. Merchandise, real news, 10% off. YouTube is not letting us put that link on the live stream. It's being moderated by Google, it says. So drnshop.com. It looks like we have YouTube watching on as well. So hello to everyone at YouTube. We hope you enjoy this live stream as well. Mm-hmm. We hope we're giving you guys good information, factual information, and maybe people at YouTube will learn something here as to what's going on in the world of geopolitics. Let's keep this moving. Alexander from Peace Gen, €5 super chat. Look into the charge against Merkel. Lots of money is missing. I would not be surprised.
No, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, I haven't followed this particular story, but of course, that's the other thing that's been happening increasingly in Germany, which is that the German people have tremendous trust in their authorities, tremendous trust in their government. They've always assumed, I think somewhat naively, by the way, that politics and government and administration in Germany are better than they are everywhere else, and that their leaders and their politicians are more honest than they are everywhere else. And of course, one of the great shocks that has come over the last year is that they've started to find out otherwise. And this is one of the reasons for this political malaise, which we're now seeing in Germany.
All right. Reborn through hate. $10 super chat. Terrific analysis, guys. Thank you very much for that super chat. Lewis saying $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that super chat. From the Rivachis 2790. Regardless if Trump runs for election, he will be in office. Next Republican has to be Trumpian, or else the party will disintegrate and be replaced.
I agree with that, actually. I think the entire trend in politics in the United States is exactly as you say, and certainly Republican politics is exactly as you say. I think the Mitch McConnell, Liz Cheney wing of the Republican Party is completely played out.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Let's see, Marley Bedford, thank you very much for that super chat, $14.99. Thank you for that. I'm trying to see if there's a question, but YouTube doesn't show me if there's a question to that super chat. I'll flag that super chat just in case a question pops up there. Thank you very much for that. Sparky, most Americans don't hate Russia. It's mainly the globalists and their clueless followers. Even people who believe the MSM don't have deep hatred.
I agree with that. I entirely agree with that. And I think it's the same in Britain also, by the way. I mean, if you meet people, or most people here, the last thing on their mind is that they want some kind of, obsession with Russia. They don't share that obsession at all. This is very much an elite phenomenon, exactly as you say.
All right, guys, let's get moving to some calls. And we are going to bring in We're going to bring in Dr. Bill. I am going to throw in there the link for the call in. Let's see if YouTube allows that link. Let's see. Sita Wardi says, can you guys talk more about Syria? I love you both. Thank you very much for that. We will talk about Syria more as the show goes on. Alexander, there's a lot going on in Syria. Actually, you did mention that Russia is coming in to stop the blockade against Syria. So that is huge news. Huge news. Good news as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Absolutely, definitely.
So it looks like that link is not being banned by the YouTube moderators. Thank you, YouTube moderators, for allowing that link to go through and allowing our viewers to speak with us. That is very, very kind of you, YouTube moderators. We really appreciate it. Really, really do appreciate it. All right, Alexander, we're going to bring in Otno Sands. Guys, keep your questions on point. Let's keep this moving. I don't know if we'll be able to do a 4 or 5 hour live stream this time around. So let's get the questions moving and let's have a good conversation. All right. So here's Otno Sands. I'm going to bring you in. Otno Sands, how are you?
Hello and good evening. Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Quickly, as much as I can. First of all, I wish to with a week earlier, but better safe than to wish you a happy Easter. I'm Christian Orthodox too, and 1 week from Sunday we celebrate the Eastern holiday, and I wish you good health and all the best. Alexander sort of sabotaged my question, partly answering what I wanted to ask him. I wanted to say that the Cold War was declared as an ideological confrontation, but mostly won as a geopolitical confrontation. And but it was, at least in Europe, it really was a Cold War. And I would state that Europe was a sort of sanctuary for both sides, and they didn't quite have the intention to start a war, a real war between the two military blocs. Today, and this is sort of my question, don't we risk a far more brutal confrontation, sort of like a 30 years war or something like that? Because indeed there aren't two clearly cut ideological sides this time around, and we all know when strictly geopolitical interests come into play, it can get much bloodier, and also some of the actors may switch sides or take their choice and go, because including the Cold War, the classical Cold War, let's call it, the balance slightly shift when China drifted away after Mao's death and the ascension of Deng Xiaoping, and the opening to to US, suddenly the communist bloc wasn't so homogeneous. And also, what do you think about what I perceive the major difference? The classical Cold War between the Western liberal democracies and the Eastern communists, both sides had a clear leader, US and Soviet Union. China initially was a small partner, regardless that it was a huge country. At least 20, 30 years, Soviet Union and US have no equals. Today, US is in a sort of dissolution, internal dissolution, and the other side has no clear leader. Russia and China complement themselves, but I don't think who leads.
I think you're profoundly right on every point. Can I just say?
And just a last quick one. The Cold War was declared, I believe, in 1948.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely.
And the Warsaw Pact, the military alliance, came into being in 1955 or so. I believe it's inevitable that an official kind of military alliance come into place sooner than later. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things that you said, and I think there's a lot of it. I mean, it's very profound. Now, first of all, there was this ideological schism. Now, we mustn't understate its importance, because at the time, especially in the 1940s and 50s, people did take it extremely seriously on both sides. I mean, there was, people really did believe in their respective ideologies. They did see the other side as, ideologically wrong and ideologically dangerous. So there was that ideological split. And there was also a geopolitical split also. And it seems to me that if you're looking, you have to divide the Cold War into periods. There's the first period, which goes on until about the mid-50s, which is the period when the United States is overwhelmingly more powerful. It has, for some of that period, a nuclear monopoly. Even when it loses its nuclear monopoly, it's in a far stronger position to overwhelm the Soviet Union than the Soviet Union is. And there is this period when the United States and the Soviet Union are maneuvering around each other, but it's the United States which is indisputably the stronger. And then there's a second period, which is the period of growing tension, which ends and culminates in the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962, when it's become clear that the Soviets have, to a certain extent, evened things, and we then have a strategic balance. And then there's the next period, which is détente, which is a period of great stability. The two blocs have cohered. They each have their leaders. They're both talking to each other. There's regular contacts and communications. Kosygin meets Lyndon Johnson in Glassboro. Nixon meets Brezhnev in various places. Things are much more stable. And that's actually the part of the Cold War many people remember. And that's a stable and relatively peaceful period. There's obviously competition between the two superpowers around the world, but you're quite right. In that period of relative stability, they are indisputably the two superpowers. There is no other country which comes close to matching their power. And then from about the mid-1980s, or even the early 1980s, it's becoming very clear that the Soviet Union is running out of steam and energy. The political system has ossified. There are growing problems with the economy, which are constantly being put back. And the United States has, in the meantime, managed to peel off what China, and that has, to some extent, upset the balance. And that leads firstly to perestroika and to the collapse of the Soviet Union and to the end of the classical Cold War. So there's various different stages in it. Now, this period that we are in at the moment is profoundly different because you're quite right in saying that China and Russia, there is no clear leader between them. The Chinese and the Russians have to coordinate their moves continuously with each other, because
which is much more difficult.
Much more difficult. I mean, Xi Jinping can't just tell Putin what to do. And of course, Putin is in no position to tell Xi Jinping what he should do. And often on many issues, their interests don't exactly correspond. And so there's those tensions. I mean, to give an example of this, back in 2014, this is before the Chinese and Russian partnership had fully cohered, but it had already started to develop in embryonic form. It was fairly well known that the Chinese disapproved of Russian actions in Ukraine at that time because they didn't really want to rock the boat internationally, and they thought that the Russians were acting emotionally, and they felt that this was somehow inappropriate. They didn't understand the situation in Ukraine
up to the
very
point,
well.
The Russians were acting emotionally.
Absolutely, of course they were.
We mustn't disregard they are sort of cousins, and a lot of history in common with the Ukrainians.
Exactly.
And also just a little during the Cold War, let's not forget practically all the Slavic countries were on one side, and practically all the Orthodox countries except Greece were on the same side. Today, the division is the fragmentation is
much greater. Absolutely, and of course on the other
and always where there is the risk for a fratricide fight, it gets much bloodier.
Absolutely, and of course, just to go back to today, I mean, today the Russians have very good relations with South Korea, with which China has a prickly relationship, and they have perhaps not perfectly good relations, but they've got amiable relations with Japan, with which there's always this, talk about peace treaty, which never quite happens, but it doesn't have the sense of tension and anger that you get from the Chinese side towards Japan, and from Japan towards China. So they're not exactly a bloc in the way that we were talking about blocs during the Cold War. And on the other hand, you have the United States, which is definitely finding it much more difficult to keep together, to hold together its alliance, because of course its alliance is today because it's expanded, it's in size, it's more diffuse. So you have countries like Turkey, they do their own thing. You have Germany wanting to forge ahead.
Germany, who now is united.
Exactly. Well, exactly. So you're quite right. And this creates much more instability. Now, in this kind of situation where there is much more potential for things to go wrong, you need to have classical diplomacy more than you did during the old Cold War, in a way. And you also need people who understand how to work the system and who are able to make decisions correctly than perhaps you did during the old Cold War. I mean, in the old Cold War, Brezhnev was a sick and debilitated leader. To some extent, it didn't matter because all the institutions were so clear and so set in their ways. It was most unlikely that he would be challenged in a way that would require him to make decisions quickly, which if he didn't make, they might have led to a crisis. Now it's completely different. It is a radically different situation. It is much more like the situation in Europe in the run-up to the First World War of 1914, where you had a variety of different powers: Germany, Austria, again, uneasy allies in some ways, Russia and France, also uneasy allies, Britain, not sure quite what it was doing, all of these different countries trying to sort of find a way forward. And in the end, what happened in the summer of 1914, there was a total collapse in diplomacy, in statesmanship, in leadership. Nobody knew quite what they were doing, and they drifted into catastrophe. And that seems to me much more like the situation today.
So we would need some ideological alignment. Should we invent to confronting powerful ideologies to keep each other in balance in check?
What we need first of all is, I think we need foreign policies based on realism. I think the United States, which is the main disruptor at the moment, I mean, I'm sorry if Americans disapprove of this, but this is true. The United States needs to be realistic, both about what its power can achieve for it and about the dangers that it faces in the world. And it's also got to understand something that many Americans seem to find great difficulty understanding, which is that the priority of statesmanship is preserving peace. And if it does that, then one can start to find common points of agreement between all the various great powers, which should hopefully guide us through this particular period in history, when, as I said, the various parts of the world are finding their various relationships to each other. What cannot happen, what is becoming impossible, is a situation where there is one place which decides everything for all the others and pursues a globalist vision, which is unachievable because it is unrealistic. That is a much more dangerous policy than a realistic policy, one which accepts that other countries also have interests and engages in classical diplomacy in order to address those interests.
All right. That answer your question? No sense? Have your mic muted. All right. Okay. Thank you, no sense, for that. Thank you very much. We'll move on. And let's bring in Dr. Bill to the stream. Dr. Bill, are you with us? Yes,
hello.
He is. Hello. How are you? Hello, Dr. Bill.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
You're muted. You're muted. Dr. Bill, you're muted.
Okay.
There you are.
Right.
No, we can hear you.
Great. Hello, how are you?
Greetings from the forests of Gainesville, Florida.
Right.
So I have three things, and I want to go through them as quickly as I can. Number one is L Day. L Day is on Sunday, and I'm sure both of you know what the L Day is, as do probably a good many of the viewers. L Day is the day, it's the 25th of April, 1945, when the U.S. and the Red Army troops connected at the Elbe River. And so there's a big, there was a tradition of it, but as soon as the Cold War started, the Western recognition of it kind of diminished. And it's never really diminished in Russia. And it's really what we should be at this time. When those troops met, they started to party. There was one story that I read of a Lieutenant William Robertson, first lieutenant, who was told by his commanding officer of his company to take a Jeep and an E6 and go to the river and see if he could see any Russians. And he did that, but there were a whole bunch of places where people could see the Russians from the western side, and they connected. They started to party. They were having a great time, and I know two people who were there. One is deceased. He was a really good piano player in Gainesville, played in all kinds of all the good spots. And the other was a friend of a patient who, or actually was one of my patients, who played in a jazz trio with this guy. His name was Charles. Don't remember his last name. And my patient, and then there was a third guy, and they played in this trio. I went over to Charles's house one evening. Sebastian, his name was Sebastian Camillo, and he was from Germantown, where I'm from, in Philadelphia. And they played jazz. They're really good. And Charles was like 17, maybe 18. And then there was a distant cousin who was also about the same age. They both got into the war late when it was about to end, but they were there. And they both said the same thing. They started a party, but the person who broke it up was Patton. And in the movie, there's a point where, there's this place where the officers have a dinner with the Red Army officers, and Patton calls this Red Army officer a son of a bitch, and then they have to have a toast together, and they do the typical Russian toast where they hook arms, they toss down a shot of vodka, and the Russian officer of the Red Army calls him a son of a bitch too. It's in the movie if you've ever seen the movie. But that is what all these GIs on the Elbe River, they knew that, or they thought they knew that the Red Army was our ally. And so they wanted to party, and they were having there's pictures, you can find it. If you search images on DuckDuckGo, you will find lots of images and articles on the meeting at the Elbe. So this Sunday is Elbe Day. Everyone should look it up, look up those images, and celebrate Elbe Day, because that's where we should be, and it's not where we are. And FDR wanted that to be, and if it had worked out, we would be allies now. And JFK tried to revive it after he got in when this Cold War was at its height, and he paid the price. But Donald Trump knows something about what happened to him. And I want to mention a book that people should read to learn about that connection of Donald Trump and JFK. And it's a book called The Inheritance, and it's by Christopher Fulton. Basically, the book is partially fiction, but partially absolute fact. And Donald Trump got involved in what the story is about in the book, and so if you read that, you'll see his picture in there at this point, certain point, and he's one of the things that saved what this author of the book was trying to do. So that's that part. Okay, everything. The second point, everything in the collapse of relations. The ones behind it are MI6, and you can read about it in that 2-book series by McGregor and Doherty, Hidden History and then Prolonging the Agony. MI6 is behind it, and the guy who nailed it was, of course, Pepe the Great, Escobar, and an article on strategic culture. He says MI6 is the one who really got Zelensky going on this buildup, and that's who did it. And let me see, I get my notes here, and it's all related to this Cecil Rhodes, Five Eyes planned world government run by the Five Eyes English-speaking peoples, which cannot happen now because Russia has laid down its red lines. It is not going along with all the stuff on the COOF. And so it can happen, and the map of the world is going to end up looking like exactly what Orwell had in 1984. And you can when you read the book, especially the central part in the book that's not. It's when the protagonist in the book gets hooked by this guy who sucked them in and ended up torturing them at the end of the book. But you have Eurasia. In the book, it was supposed to be two countries, Eurasia and East Asia, but it's really now going to be one country, Eurasia, and the Belt and Road and the Chinese-Russian Iran strategic alliance. And then the third thing is the U.S. political and military elites operate under two delusions. One is that the United States military is superior, and there's some videos that Alexander knows on and has been interviewed by him, Regis Tremblay, and they discussed a few weeks ago how Russia is actually way ahead, as much as 30 years ahead. And in Putin's speech, he talks about it. He mentions all those weapons that they have that are beyond anything the United States or Britain have. And the other delusion is that the Russian people hate their government and that they can put somebody in like Navalny who's going to be president of Russia. They have it's just a delusion. They cannot understand that the Russian people respect their government because Putin went through it in his domestic part of his speech. He supports Russian people. He wants them to increase their number of children. In America, it's the opposite. They don't want you to have children, and a whole lot of other things. And so it's just a complete delusion. The Russian people support their government, but the West has this delusion that they hate their government. And it's so wrong, it's unbelievable. So I'll leave it to Alexander and Alex to go through those points and expound on everything.
Thank you, Dr. Bill.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. I should tell you that we had a brief power cut, and for just a few seconds, I lost you. So that's power cut in London, but I think I got most of it. You're absolutely right about the meeting in the Elbe between the American and Russian armies at the end of the Second World War on the 25th of April. It was perhaps the moment which confirmed to people that the war in Europe was about to be conclusively won, because it meant that what was left of Hitler's Reich had been split in two. And you're absolutely also right to say that in Russia it is very well remembered, in the United States much less so. And in fact, there's all sorts of things about the war that people in the West don't know. I always come up against this repeated attempts to try and make out, for example, that it was the American or British armies that liberated Auschwitz, when it was in fact the Russians. But there we are. So I don't know what one can do about that. I think it would take an enormous amount of re-education in the West to try to get people here to accept the reality that the Russians played an overwhelmingly important part in the end of the Second World War and in the defeat of Nazi Germany. It will take a very, very long time before that is ever accepted and internalized again. And of course, all the trend in discussion of the Second World War at the moment is in the opposite direction, with a certain group of historians and indeed some governments trying to argue that at the beginning of the Second World War, Germany and Russia were actually allies. So, I mean, that's what you would have to try to sort of unscramble. So anyway, but that's that. Now, I think you're quite right on some of the other things. I don't think that Russia and China are going to form one country. And I think that this Eurasian economic community that is being developed, I don't think that's going to become another country either.
Oh, no, I don't
an economic bloc. I mean, again, this may have been the part where I lost some of what you were saying.
They're joined at the hip.
Yes, exactly. This economic bloc, I can certainly see, absolutely, that is certainly coming. And yes, I get at the
going away.
Going away. Yes,
It's almost gone.
And on other points, yes. I think, again, many Westerners underestimate the effectiveness of the Russian military. I think the Pentagon saw how it performed in Georgia, in Syria, and I think they have far fewer illusions about that than they once did. I think the Russian military anyway has upgraded even further since those wars took place. And it's also important to remember that the Russians, despite being under a great period of internal crisis, also have eventually won their war in the Caucasus against the jihadi fighters there. And last but not least, I think anybody who believes that Navalny is going to become president of Russia is completely delusional. And John Brennan, who was, of course, the former CIA director, actually said it. I mean, he actually tweeted that he wanted Biden president of the United States and Navalny president of Russia. And he even tweeted, some lines from John Lennon's song, "Imagine." And you may think I'm a dreamer. To which all I can say is, dream on, because it's not going to happen in any real world. And that is the former head of the CIA. I mean, if people in the CIA really believe that, then frankly, they've completely lost touch with reality. And the United States needs a radical reconstruction of its entire intelligence system.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Reconstruction of everything.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, somebody's going to come in 24, maybe even, the Orange Man himself, or even one big one is Ron DeSantis of my state, who could come in and hopefully reconstruct what's being torn apart. And we've got how many years to go? 3 years? How many months? 8 months? We've got 3 years and 8 months to go.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah.
And God help us.
I'll second that thought. I'll second the thought of DeSantis as well. No doubt. He seems like he's the real deal.
Right.
All right, Dr. Bill.
Thank you.
Else?
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. Take care.
Again.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Thank you, Dr. Bill, for that. And let's bring in Zariel. Zariel, are you with us?
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Let's get right to the point. First of all, 3 short points, starting off with news that I got from True News last night. I don't know if you guys watch it, but they reported on two happenings. One near the very close to the facility of, I don't want to say the name here actually, because that's pretty, close to home. It seems that a surface-to-air defensive system was fired at an aircraft, and it missed it and went straight into the country, into the south part of the country, close to the Negev desert, and almost very close to the facility. That was the first thing, and the second happening was that a missile factory actually exploded. No new information on that, but thought it might be worth mentioning here if you gentlemen would like to, look into that. Second point, Shogun stand down. So we now know that the troops from Russia have been pulled back from the Russian-Ukrainian border. Everyone says, or it was noted, it was a military exercise.
Yeah.
My question: if it was a military exercise, why were the ambassadors of the two countries pulled back or drawn back from the each country? It makes no sense, and normally this is a clear sign that there is something much more, something much deeper happening or involved.
Yeah.
So I do not think that this is really a military exercise. I just shake my head when I hear something like that. It makes no sense. Do you think, do you concur on this opinion, or do you think it really was a chess game, a stand down, a political or geostrategic stand down?
No, I think it was a dress rehearsal. All the indications were that the Russians were rehearsing a possible counteroffensive in the event of a Ukrainian attack on the Donbass. So it was not a mere exercise. It was an attempt by the Russians to iron out all the various things they needed to do in order to prepare for the possibility of a Ukrainian attack and of the counteroffensive that they would launch. Now, it is important to say that apparently the Russians have left a large amount of heavy weapons in this region. So if the troops have to be sent back, they will find weapons there ready for them, and they can go back and they can go into battle again extremely quickly. And one of the things to always remember about the Russian military is that it is extremely effective in its logistics, and that the Russians are the people who, more than anyone else, seem to know how to move troops very fast in a very, very short time. The speed of this build-up that we've just seen and of the staging of this rehearsal, I can tell you already, would have astonished many people around the world, many military planners around the world. Compare that with the very incremental way in which the Pentagon moves troops around, and you can see the difference. Obviously, the Russians have enormous advantage that they're doing it within their own country. But even then, it's extremely impressive. So I think it was a dress rehearsal. Now, going back to the question of the ambassadors, and you're absolutely right, this is an unprecedented situation. We have never had a situation comparable to this one, where neither Russia nor the United States has ambassadors in each country. I mean, that's never happened since diplomatic relations between Russia and the United States was restored in the early 1930s after the Russian Revolution. Now, that began with, firstly, Biden's extraordinary blunder in calling Putin a killer. So the Russians called back their ambassador, Anatoly Antonov, to Moscow for consultations. And then they decided to put pressure on the U.S. ambassador to leave Russia after the latest round of sanctions, including sanctions on Russian sovereign debt, were imposed by the United States. Now, that did not happen, therefore, in relation to the situation in Ukraine. It was the Russians responding to first Biden's comments and then to the sanctions comments. The negotiations about Ukraine, which are taking place, are happening at a different level, and they're happening in discussions that are taking place between Patrushev, who is the secretary of Russia's Security Council and Putin's top foreign policy advisor, and Jake Sullivan, who is Joe Biden's national security advisor. Patrushev and Sullivan have spoken 3 times on the phone, and we understand that they are effectively now in virtually constant contact with each other. The militaries, the 2 militaries, have also been speaking to each other also. So I hope that's clear. It's I mean, all of these events, you know, the removal of the ambassadors are connected, but it's not directly part of the Ukrainian situation. And as for what the Russians were doing, these drills that they carried out at incredibly short notice, by the way, this was clearly a dress rehearsal. It was not intended to be merely an exercise.
However, if I may expand on that point, when you say it was a rehearsal, there are actual videos that have been posted on YouTube as well as other news agencies. The Russians actually did not move that much military equipment as everyone thought. Lots of it was actually inflated. They have
Oh, yeah.
aircraft, they have rocket systems, the Scander rocket systems, they have inflatable traps, so to speak, that they put up there. That is probably why they have everyone sees this large military movement. And where did it all come from all of a sudden? So
well,
yeah.
The Russians have a long tradition of this sort of thing. They even have a word for it. They call it maskirovka, apparently. I mean, I'm not an expert on these things, but they always like to, move, put, the appearance of tanks here when they're actually deploying them there. I think this is also part, if I may say so, of carrying out dress rehearsals and all that sort of thing. I think we know roughly how many Russian troops were involved, because the Russians themselves told us, and I don't think they would be deceiving us about this. There seem to have been around 80,000 of them in various parts around Ukraine. Now, what made it for me clear that this was a dress rehearsal is that the Russians deployed large numbers of their warships to the Black Sea and carried out rehearsed, in effect, an amphibious landing on the Crimean coast. In other words, they train their Marines to storm onto the beaches and do all that sort of thing. Now, that, it seems to me, indicates that the Russians, in the event of a Ukrainian offensive, are planning, or perhaps they want us to think they're planning. I mean, I'm not privy to their secrets, but they may be planning a landing on the Ukrainian coastline, somewhere in Ukraine's rear. They did that in 2008 during the Georgia War, that they actually carried out landings on the Georgian coastline and seized control of Georgia's major port, Batumi, for a while. So, this is probably what they were doing. But at least that's, I suspect, again, I come back to this. I mean, maybe that's not the plan, but it's the plan they want us to think they have. But, I'm not a military person. I've never worn a uniform in my life. I know quite a lot of people who were soldiers, but I'm not going to pretend that I'm the great master of strategy or operations, or that I am really able to comment in detail about these things. But a dress rehearsal is what it looked like to me. A dress rehearsal is what the Russians wanted us to think it was, and it almost certainly was. But as I said, the Russians also like to play games with the West. They like, as I said, to inflate balloons of tanks and fool people about them. And as I said, these amphibious landings may be suggestive, or perhaps not. Who knows?
We can agree on two things: that Russians are great diplomats, and they are excellent chess players. They literally rule when it comes to chess, which makes them great strategists. Brings me to the next point. It's actually bridging over from another topic. Tomorrow, as we're speaking of historical events happening on Sunday, Elb Day, tomorrow is actually the anniversary of the genocide of Armenia. It is said that the protest is supposed to be acknowledging, the United States will be acknowledging this day, which of course is going to be a kick in the soft particles of Tapir. I always call him Tayyip, sorry, of President Erdogan. That is going to aggravate him, essentially, because the Turks are a very proud nation. This, I believe, it's my honest opinion that I believe this will push Turkey away, maybe even out of NATO, which gives the Russians an opportunity to, of course, intensify. And we know that Erdogan and Putin are not the best of friends, but it will give them the opportunity to intensify their relationship, as Turkey will not want to stand alone. If they were to leave the NATO partnership, however, that would give Russia the ideal opportunity to connect with Turkey. The Bosporus would then be under their protectorate, and then they would have the Black Sea completely under their control.
Yes, I don't think it's going to happen, partly for the reason that you said. If Turkey left NATO and aligned with Russia and China, it wouldn't just change the balance of power in the Black Sea. It would change the entire balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean. But precisely for that reason, I don't think it's going to happen. I think that the United States will pull out all the stops to prevent it. And I don't think that Erdogan wants it. I think from Erdogan's point of view, yes, he's going to be very angry about what the US is going to do. I think a lot of people in Turkey are going to be very angry about what the US is going to do. But I think he sees NATO membership, Turkey's NATO membership, as giving Turkey enormous leverage in dealing with countries like Russia and China, especially Russia. And I don't think he's going to give that away anytime soon. So I don't think he's going to do that. And remember that Erdogan at the same time has been forging ahead with this ever closer relationship that he's developed with the Ukrainians, which is going to annoy which annoys the Russians a great deal. So, he's a master of playing these particular games, and I don't think a bit of what he will see as trolling from the Americans is going to distract him. That's my view, anyway.
Okay. Probably I forgot to mention this, but what would make it a consideration is that the F-35 program, the Turkish were actually kicked out of it yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely.
That it irritates them.
Yeah, that's absolutely. It infuriates him. At the same time, as I said, I mean, he is a passionate man, an emotional man. He sometimes acts angrily, but at the end of the day, there's always calculation and always an element of calculation and political theatre in what Erdogan does. I think the other reason he will not want to take Turkey out of NATO is that, of course, if he does, that will annoy a lot of people in the Turkish military, who are still very committed to NATO, and many people in the Turkish establishment. And I don't think Erdogan is sufficiently secure anyway to really want to take that risk. But I don't think it's what he wants to do, in truth. I think he wants to use NATO as a leverage for Turkey. He feels it gives Turkey important regional advantages in the Middle East against Russia, in the standoff with Cyprus and Greece. He can always that way say to the Americans, well, at the end of the day, you must side with me. I am your NATO ally. You need me, and therefore, you should give me all the backing that I want. And of course, if you don't, you will lose me. But if he leaves NATO, he loses that leverage, which is why I don't think he's going to do it. I agree, though, that if Turkey were to leave NATO, it would be a tremendous game changer. But precisely for that reason, I don't think it's going to happen.
I hope Biden recognizes the genocide. I really do. But I'm cautious because Sleepy Joe.
Supposed to be it's supposed to be under the lid. So
yeah, we'll see. Let's see. I mean, I always say proceed with caution. A lot of the channels here in Cyprus and in Greece are really pumping it up, but Joe might disappoint. But I mean, I would like to see it. I've got 3 Armenian paintings right behind me, by the way.
Yeah.
On that note, what Alexander says, also keep in mind that if Erdogan did pull out of NATO, I'm sure the U.S. would crash the Turkish economy.
Absolutely.
Like overnight. Crash it, disintegrate it.
Yes.
Probably even go further. Who knows? Yeah. We never know because they have Incirlik right there, and moving the essential parts out of that area is also a big issue. Gentlemen, as always, great news from you. Thank you very much for your work, and I wish you all a great weekend.
Thank you very much, Zariel. Thank you very much. Take care. Okay, thank you, Zariel. And we're going to bring in now, we've got Google whistleblower, South Korea man, Christian James, Jose, and Common Sense. So we've got a queue building up here, but let's knock it out. Mm-hmm. Google whistleblower Tarif, how you doing?
Hi, thanks for taking all our call. Thank you for taking my call. I just got off the phone with my father. Dr. Bill brought up jazz, and I come to find out I had some relative that was in jazz. First of all, I like to say free Julian Assange, and I got a comment I want to make 7 points on. It's going to be off into the left field, but it's going to make sense once I finish it. But before I get to that, this is for Dr. Bill and y'all. If y'all listen to jazz, I really don't listen to it. I mean, I listen to it every once in a while, but I'm not really a jazz historian like my father is. But I come to find out we had some relatives back in the days. One by the name Elliot Taylor possibly played with Guy Lombardo, which is Guy Lombardo was a jazz musician that was on the same status as Betty Goodman. Okay. And so he's rumored to play with Guy Lombardo and back in the 40s, 50s. We had then we had a cousin by marriage, Cy Frazier, played with Preservation Hall back in the 60s, which is a New Orleans thing. Then we had some aunties on my father's side, mother's side, that probably sung with jazz groups back as far as back as the 20s and 30s. And what jazz groups they sung with, I don't know. They're still trying to figure it out. And last but not least, my great grandfather, Joe Kastner, they said he just told me that he played with different jazz groups back in the teens and 20s as a drummer. And you never know. He might have played with every once in a while with Louis Armstrong or King Oliver. You never know. Or Jelly Roll. You never know. I want to believe it, but if you back in the teens and 20s, Lord, that's a long time ago.
Tariff, remind me, are you from, where are you, what part of the US are you from? Because my father, you're from New Orleans, because my father was
Yes, New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans, because my father was a huge lover of New Orleans jazz. I mean, and I was sort of brought up listening to it. So these are all names that you're conjuring up, which bring back memories of him, which are very, very moving. Thank you.
Anytime. You know, it came about in the 1880s, 1890s with King Oliver.
Yeah.
With a combination of a mixture of, they would say it was called Dixon music, a mixture of like Italian music, Italian brass band music with French, with West African, Congolese, Spanish, Portuguese, just a mixture of different types of music, with an African flavor to it that over time became jazz. They called it jazz because of Storyville, which was like a little small part of the city in New Orleans that had, brothels and people, speakeasies, people drinking, and everything was just wide open. You know what I'm saying? And that's what, the name jazz came from that, Storyville. But anyway, okay, here I go. All right. I'm gonna try to make this. I'm gonna deal with I'm gonna deal with UFOs, but I'm gonna make it make sense because I think I see something was going on with the metaphysics and the occult around it, the COINTELPRO around it, and the geopolitics around it. All right. Okay. We got all these recent footage that's starting to pop up from the Navy and Air Force talking about they seeing triangles in the sky, right? All of a sudden now they want to admit that, hey, we might have visitors coming from another planet. You got to believe us because we're the Navy, we're the Air Force. Take our beliefs, right? But at the same time, when you really look at this, and by me studying over the years and reading papers on people talk about metaphysics and the occult, people that left some of these groups, left the occult and became Christians or became Muslims, whatever, they will speak out against these groups. And I see it as if like this new world religion order where they are taking an image of an alien and it's saying that everything that's known to man, or almost everything that's very important to man, wasn't made by us. It was made by some being from outer space. Jesus, I heard this on the internet. They had actually people believing this. They were saying Jesus Christ was an alien. They were saying Buddha was an alien. They were saying a host of other people was aliens. They're saying a vacuum tube for your audio, for your speakers, for the television was alien technology. I think they say televisions and fiber optics and chips and some other things, as if man in general can create that stuff on his own, using our own mind capacity to go within ourselves, what the creator gave us to go to actually make these things. So it's almost like a psyop where it disconnects the human experience from the past, where everything that's good is not from us. It had to come from somewhere else, right? Not from us. No, it came from us. We had Buddha, we had Jesus, Joshua, right? And I also see this new age religion as if they're trying to break a linkage from our ancestry, from Christianity till to present day, where they try to destroy the Abraham religions by using this new age type of thinking, by using this alien concept of a narrative, right? You know, saying, oh, the spaceman is this, the spaceman is that, right? And he's gonna come down, he's gonna save us all, he's gonna come down and invade us to always keep us in fear. And also to destroy the creativity that's in man, to separate our prophets from us, as if they're not humans, as if these aliens is the same as angels. All right, if you believe it or not, I don't know what to believe anymore. So what I'm trying to say is this: it's almost like it's a metaphysical occult COINTELPRO style is happening on our nation, and it's very dangerous. And I have to give it to the Russians for their strong belief in Christ, through their strong belief in Orthodox Christianity, that they stand up against things like this, right? Because this humans have us, not all humans, some people on this planet have this mindset of looking for an outside savior to come save them without saving themselves, without without going within themselves to save themselves and save their nation by using their own common sense. Okay, the geopolitics behind this. They had a man named Sir Henry Thomas Tuzard. He was part of the British intelligence, the British military back in the 40s, in the 50s. This guy started the first UFO group that led in 1950, that led to Project Blue Book in the United States, dealing with UFOs. This same guy that was part of British intelligence that started a UFO group, a year or 2 years later, went to a meeting with some CIA people discussing about brainwashing. That same group of people that was in there from the CIA took from that meeting back in the 1952, 51, 52, and back in 1953, they started MK Ultra. And it's kind of weird how MK Ultra, the same people that was involved with UFO, starting these UFO groups, was starting up MK Ultra. You see what I'm saying? How the SOP and the COINTELPRO meets together with these occult groups. Now, in modern days, I know I'm in left field right now, but I'm gonna try to bring it back to geopolitics now. Now, they're bringing up all this stuff. They want to put all these satellites in space using Elon Musk, right? For communication and God knows what else. And also they're talking about alien invasions. This is not about alien invasions. What this is about is the militarization of space and a domination of a narrative to control the psyche of people around the world, to keep people in a stage of shock, in a stage of fear, where they can never think for a solution on their own. The Russians knows this. The Chinese knows this. As you can see, they play no games. So the militarization of space is not about aliens. It's about to put a check. It's about putting a check on China and Russia, and to basically keep them, keep a foot on them and have a first strike capability. I kind of feel kind of embarrassed because I went into a subject that was kind of Looney Tunes, but when I see CNN showing footage of, as you can see, it could be a CGI because I don't think it's real, of a triangle ship coming from the Navy, and you got and CNN don't even question the Navy footage; they just take it as facts. To me, that's dangerous. And it can lead to a $1 trillion military budget. We're already paying $760 billion already. We got homeless in this country. We need an infrastructure program. Putin said last week, a couple of days ago, they're spending money on infrastructure, right? Roads to connecting different cities to the main city and to Moscow, right? A 6,000-mile train line inside Russia. Educational system to look at their books and to make new books for the children that actually show the fight against Nazism and so forth and so forth. We're not talking about this over here in the United States, but when they bringing up, they talking about China is becoming strong and powerful. They calling Putin a soulless creep. They talk about green technologies that's really going to be limited. It's not going to produce enough power like hydroelectric and also natural gas and also nuclear power. So it's almost like they're keeping the West in a fantasy world and at the same time ignoring reality. Reality, like dealing with Israel and Syria. Reality dealing with Ukraine and Russia. Reality dealing with Taiwan and China. They're not talking about them things. They're talking about some CGI spaceship that's in the sky, and we need to get prepared for them because it's going to be an alien invasion. But at the same time, to preparing war, it's like they're preparing war with China and Russia. So it's like one day we're going to be looking up in the sky, gentlemen, and people going to think it's UFO flying around. It's not. It's going to be China and Russia launching ICBM missiles at us to destroy our country because U.S. had a sneak attack on Russia or China. God forbid that happen. So the U.S., the Western Hemisphere, the transatlantic people, the billions of us, the 1.5 billion people that live in the West, need to wake up, come back to reality where you believe aliens exist or not. Nobody gonna travel 10,000 light years gonna come here just to, pay some mind. I know I'm all, but I'm saying something that's
Tarif, just to clarify, you do understand that Joe Biden has put out a directive for the border patrol officers, and it's going to be throughout the United States. You can't use the word aliens anymore, so you can call them non-citizens. So,
well, excuse me. Excuse me, YouTube. I hope the AI algorithm don't, ban this channel.
Yeah. So we have to be very careful with the words we use because they're not aliens, whether they're crossing the border in the U.S. or whether they're coming from distant planets. They are non-citizens. The non-citizens are coming to make themselves known and to make themselves present.
I mean, thank you, man. Thank y'all for hearing me out. Because I didn't want to turn this into like a comic show. I was trying to make sense of this because I'm pretty sure the other speakers are seeing what's going on, and it kind of strikes me as being comical. I had to bring it up. That's all.
It is well, comical. We are in 2021 clown world, so it's just going to get better as time goes on. That's for sure. So buckle up, everybody. Thank you, Tarif.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. All right. Yes, Alexander. Non-citizens.
Non-citizens.
Yes.
I remember that.
Remember that, everybody. Also, you can't say mistress, by the way. That's also out.
Oh,
yes.
right. Okay.
Yes. No more mistress. All kinds of words are being banned, by the way, in this chat. We also can't put links. So everything's just, everything's shrinking. Let's go to South Korea, man. You're on deck. South Korea, man. How you doing?
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Clearly, yes.
Yes. Okay, I have like 2 questions and a comment. First, last week I've been listening to Taiwanese commentators, and they recently they said that with the Russian government and Putin has been signaling support for what's called the old guard, Chinese old guard, the Shanghai faction. Russia has been signaling more public support, and this is they say it is a very interesting development, because even though the Shanghai faction and Russia have a long friendly relationship, Putin has never really signaled support publicly because of the issue with Xi Jinping's faction. And I was wondering, have you heard anything about that on your part?
Nothing at all. I mean, I've heard nothing. I mean, there's been no hint of this in anything in the Russian media. So, I mean, whether there is some, I mean, I don't know what the evidence for this is. I mean, I would have thought at the moment, given that Xi Jinping is very much the person who appears to be in charge, rather than I presume you're referring to Jiang Zemin and his people, I would have thought that they would be sticking with Xi Jinping. But regardless of that, I've heard absolutely nothing about it. And to be completely frank, I would be surprised if the Russians, who obviously need to have China friendly to themselves, especially at this time, would risk involving themselves in Chinese politics in that way. I mean, that's all I can say about it, because I can't really comment more.
My just thought was, close relationships are always like a double-edged sword. Each party becomes a stakeholder in each other's internal situations. So, I mean, that was just my thought. My second question is, I'm old enough to remember with the EU, or in the early 90s, the EU had a more aggressive relationship with America, but like in the early 21st century, I think that changed. And now they're more closer, in some manner more closer to US than before in the the 80s. Am I misremembering it?
You're entirely right. I can remember also when economic and monetary union was announced in Europe in the early 90s. There was quite open talk on the part of some people in Europe that this is a great step to liberate Europe from the US, supposedly, and to establish the European Union as an alternative to the US. And there was actually talk about that, especially in France, much less so in Germany, of course. Certainly not the case in Britain at that time. Britain, of course, was a member of the EU in those days. But there was certainly people who were talking about that. And of course, there was also a time in the 1990s and the 2000s when you had political leaders in Europe like Francois Mitterrand, Helmut Kohl, Jacques Chirac, who were prepared to take and positions which were not exactly anti-American, were certainly different from that of the United States on all sorts of issues. Now, that has all crumbled, and I think it's crumbled for 2 reasons. Firstly, the European project has not done very well that's putting it mildly, and that's changed the balance of power dynamics to an extraordinary degree. Because I mean, the US now looks much stronger relative to the EU than it did, say, in the early 2000s, or it is stronger with relation to Europe than it did in the early 2000s. But I think the other thing is that the whole European venture became completely absorbed in this, I'm going to say, globalist enterprise, and that has it is still very focused around the US and using US power. So in a way that drew Europe and the EU, where we changed them, and it drew them more closely, much more closely, again, into this symbiotic relationship with the United States. So yes, I would agree. I think definitely the US relative to the EU is now much stronger than it was, and the EU is much more compliant to the US than it was. And of course, the states of Eastern Europe, which joined the EU later, countries like Poland, the Baltic states, and whatever, have other reasons above those to be strongly supportive of the US, because they have this difficult relationship with Russia. And that has given a very strong pro-American lobby within the EU and on the EU Council. So all of these factors are all of these factors are in play. By the way, you're absolutely right in what you said before, that relationships between two independent equals can create many difficulties, and one shouldn't underestimate them. I mean, I was watching, I think I mentioned this in last week's live stream also. I was watching an interview with a Russian scientist called Sergei Boyev, who developed Russia's early warning system, which is basically, to inform the Kremlin if they're attacked by the US. And as is known, the Russians have provided assistance to China with its early warning system. Boyev was clearly involved in all of that. And the clear impression I got was that he wasn't happy about that. He wasn't happy sharing secrets with the Chinese, even though the Chinese are friends. So there's always going to be those tensions, and one shouldn't underestimate them. A wise government in Washington would be trying to, I won't say aggravate tensions, but it would be aware that those tensions are there, and would understand that the Russians might not be entirely enthusiastic about getting too close to Beijing, and would want to preserve a more independent stance. And that might mean taking a more equidistant position between China and the US. But of course, that hasn't happened because the political pressures have made it impossible.
Thank you. One comment related to the Cold War topic. I'm resigned to think that history will follow like classical examples. Since you're all Greek, my example would be Athens was not guaranteed victory by destiny, but Xerxes crossing the Hellespont was destined to be, because of the nature of empire. It will happen because it has to happen, and timing and other conditions will determine who comes out the winner or not. I think that's generally, we have to be resolved to that and find a way how to survive.
Well, that's right. I mean, this is it. I mean, people who think that they are having a position of overwhelming strength often find that they don't. And I mean, going back to some of the comments that were made earlier in this program about the militarization of space, it's a fact that the United States has gradually edged away from many of the treaties that were signed during the Cold War on this very topic, because it assumed that it was stronger and would be able to develop space more. And now what it's finding is that other countries, Russia, but China too, are in a position to challenge it in space in a way that it had not expected. So you have all of these. You can't make the assumption. Wise statesmen never make the assumption that things are definitely going to go their way if they start taking risks. And that's a point which I sometimes do wonder whether people in Washington always understand that. The United States, I'm going to say this, has been a lucky country. It's made its own luck. It's been very stable. It's very energetic, very powerful, but it's also been lucky. It's been lucky in the fact that when it's faced crises before, they've always been manageable. Even big crises like the Second World War, they've always been manageable. They've never really been face to face with a full spectrum peer opponent before, and they've never really faced a real conceivable military cataclysm before. And I don't wish it on them at all. I on the contrary, it's been a great thing that there's one country which has avoided all those things, but it does make them, it has a tendency to make them complacent about themselves and to assume that whatever happens, it will always come right for them in the end. And that's a dangerous line of thinking to take. You are from South Korea. You know what happened during the Korean War. You know how the United States found itself in a very difficult position at one point in the Korean War. And that came very close to disaster then. And that would have had terrible consequences for the world. And it didn't quite happen. But there's always risks that you run. If you run too many risks, sooner or later, your luck runs out and you can face huge problems.
Yes, it's interesting because American military history is always disaster and recovery.
Yeah.
They never win in the first place. So that's always a really interesting dynamic they have.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for
Thank
listening
you.
to my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, South Korea, Matt. All right, we got Christian coming on. We got James. We got Jose, Common Sense, Ferdy, Sino-Russia. Got a bunch of people still waiting. So another James. I think we have two James waiting as well. So let's bring on Christian and keep this moving.
Yes.
Christian, how are you?
Well, I thought I'd follow Dr. Bill's example and take on a video. I hope that's
Awesome.
okay.
Great to see you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great to see you.
Yeah.
As long as you don't mind the video, we don't mind.
No. Everything I do in the public eye. As I've said before, I'm one of the few Norwegians actually mentioned in the WikiLeaks. So publicity is my best defense because I'm being told. The last week I've been doing a lot. As you see, thank you, Alex, for making this user on the Duran.com author Christian, which is awesome. Thank you for this platform. And of course, I've published a lot about Russia. About the hypocrisy from so-called human rights organizations, saying everything about Alexei Navalny and nothing about Julian Assange. Of course, free Julian Assange, and we need to lift up people like Colonel Douglas McGregor, who is voice of reason in the U.S. But the last week I haven't only been on the Duran. I've been working closely with Skolkovo, Moscow School of Management.
All right.
Yeah, I've been helping them organizing Norwegian journalists, developing relations. And today we had a conference about the Arctic and how to have more cooperation in the Arctic. I mean, maybe this is kind of a response to today's topic, the Cold War. Can we maybe have some countermeasures? I hope to get your input on that as well, because of course we need to criticize the Western hypocrisy and the warmongering and everything. But we should also appreciate that Russia wants to have good relations with their neighbors. For instance, in 2007, I was the editor-in-chief of this magazine, Norway Exports.
Mm.
And normally we had the forward from the respective ministries. And we had some problems when we were going to make the oil magazine, strategic partnerships in the Arctic, with Russia as a topic. The oil ministry refused to cooperate, but actually I called the office of the prime minister. So actually today's general secretary of NATO, Mr. Jens Stoltenberg, he gave us the forward for this magazine. So this was pretty awesome. But I mean, I have to play a careful game here, because in Norway, I'm known as the crazy former NATO officer who's now speaking against NATO. But at the same time, I'd like to help sensible Russian voices, like Skolkovo, and we had the Russian ambassador at large for the Arctic taking part in our roundtable. And we could get some perspectives on how to continue with these fantastic partnerships we had in the Arctics. So my question to you guys is, to what extent is that possible? And how can we try to fight the effects of the Cold War by encouraging good and constructive partnerships with the Russians, especially in the Arctic?
I mean, it's going to be extremely difficult because, of course, all the headwinds are so strong in trying to prevent it happening. But if I may say, a country like Norway can play an absolutely critical role here, because Norway is part of the Arctic. It's very much part of the Arctic world. It's very close to all of these developments. It's historically, actually, and I'm perhaps not an expert on Norwegian history, but I've always got the impression that Norway and Russia have basically got on. I mean, I'm not saying there've never been tensions, but it's a country that has managed its relations with Russia well in general. And I think that Norway is in a pivotal position, if things are done well there, to actually make it possible to develop the Arctic peacefully, because we are at a pivotal moment. I mean, either you develop it peacefully, either you develop northern sea routes, you can do all kinds of things, you can take care about the ecology there, you can work, everybody can work together to achieve these things. And I think, by the way, that is absolutely what the Russians would certainly prefer. Or you can militarize it. You could send in fleets. You can try and challenge the Russians on the Kola Peninsula. You can talk about sending troops to Norway, to the northern areas of Norway, insisting that Norway abide by its so-called NATO obligations to do all of these things. In which case, the Arctic, instead of becoming a zone of peace, becomes a zone of confrontation. And that would be a disaster. But Norway, as a country, has, I think, an absolutely pivotal role, because if it says no, if it says we want to continue to work in a peaceful way, we're obviously not going to agree to everything the Russians do. That's not what we're about. And we are obviously willing to call them out on things. So if they build up some great jamming station, as apparently they have, and that disrupts communications in Norway, well, we call them out on that. But Norway, which I think is a country which the Russians actually quite like, have historically had good relations with, if Norway can push for some sort of an easing of tensions in the Arctic, says to all the countries, well, this is not a place where we could have a sort of confrontation, then that might actually be extremely important, and it might have some effect. And given that Norway, rather the Arctic, looks like it's going to become much more important in the way the world economy works, not just because of its natural resources, but most probably because it's evolving into an important sea route, then I think it could even become a bridge for an improvement in relations if it becomes a peaceful place and is developed in a peaceful way. So I think Norway has a big role to play, actually. I don't know what the sentiments about this are there, but rarely does a country have as much importance and have as much potential influence as Norway does at the present time.
That's all correct what you're saying here, Alexander. But unfortunately, Norway's government is maybe the most loyal NATO government of all NATO countries.
Yeah.
We give our airplanes and our special forces and our soldiers willingly to United States wars. So I'm actually asking you for a bit of guidance here.
Well, I think
I want to create a political window of opportunity for the Russians, maybe to translate their things and to get them more published in Norwegian media. I think there's a war of also public opinion, even if the government is very pro NATO. So what is the best way to proceed?
No, I think the best way to proceed is to do exactly what you said, to actually translate Russian things, to facilitate contacts between Russians and Norwegians, to get scientists from the two countries talking to each other. Scientists can carry traction, to do many things of that kind, and also to remind Norwegians that their country used to have an important tradition before it became involved in NATO, before the Second World War, of being a neutral country, and that this was something that Norway, was at one point celebrated for. So I think reminding Norwegians of their own traditions, if you like, their own older traditions, but also doing precisely what you said, acting as a bridge. My impression, as I said, I've been to Russia. I was at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, and there were quite a lot of Norwegians there at the time, business people, and there was even an ex-Norwegian minister there. And the thing that struck me was that they were actually very well received by the Russians, and that the Russians seemed to be able to work and get on with Norwegians in a way that, to be entirely frank, they have difficulties with some of the other Scandinavian nations, the Swedes and the Danes, for example. So I think it might be possible. And I think if you work on this, I mean, again, I know this may surprise some people, but the Russians are very familiar with many elements of Norwegian culture. Ibsen, I know, is often performed in Russia. Peer Gynt is very popular. Grieg's music is very popular in Russia.
Grieg, it melts my heart. It melts my heart when you play Grieg. Then I feel very Norwegian.
Well, there you go. So, and so, as I said, this is something that you can play with. You can do it both with the Russians, to the Russians. You can bring out all these things, and at the same time, you can also do the reverse. You can communicate to the Norwegians aspects of Russian culture, which, by the way, I think Norway is a country which sometimes it might be able to understand much of what goes on in Russian literature better than some countries in the West do. I think that the country that produced Ibsen, to be frank, is going to be better able to understand a Dostoevsky or a Chekhov than perhaps the English do, as a way of as an example.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you soon in Belgrade.
Yeah, thank you. You certainly will.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care.
Take care.
Okay, great call. Let's see. We have got James and then Jose. James, I'm adding you to the stream.
Hello, is that me?
Absolutely.
Yes, James,
Okay.
You're with us.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. It's been an honor and a privilege listening to you for as long as I have been. Believe it or not, I started listening to you back before I went to university, which is 2014.
Wow.
So quite a while ago.
Wow.
I've been making some notes over your last few live streams. I've got a couple questions, but if I may, with respect to the South Korea man, when it came to discussing the space race with the Russians, Russian is, after all, the #1 language of space. They got there first, so it is #1 language. Also, the rocket technology is still pretty much the #1 in the world. During the 1990s, when NASA went over to check on the Baikonur Cosmodrome, they found a warehouse full of old 60s era engines. And when tested, they were about, I think it was 30 to 40% more efficient than the latest NASA ones at the time. So there is an awful lot of very rich scientific culture over when it comes to the space race.
Absolutely.
It's a bit of a moot question considering what has happened since. But with regards to Ukraine, I remember hearing that there were also mobilizations in Belarus. Just asking if you two would know anything about that, because if the Belarusian military itself was also mobilizing, that would be a bit of a bigger issue than just Russia on its own.
Well, it certainly would. I mean, there are, by the way, I mean, the Russians do have a small military presence in Belarus, but the Belarus army is obviously under Lukashenko, President Lukashenko's control, and is apparently very well organized and trained. And in recent months, Belarus has been moving ever closer towards Russia following the political crisis that happened there last year, which Lukashenko won. And of course, we've had this extraordinary story recently of an attempted coup in Belarus, which doesn't actually seem to have been a real coup in the sense that it doesn't seem to have involved the military itself, but which was apparently hatched from outside and involved some very extraordinary plans of assassination and cyber attacks and all that kind of thing, which failed dismally. But there has been talk increasingly of the Russians and the Belarusians getting together and of the Belarus military becoming more involved. Now, this is a major change because until last year, basically, Lukashenko tried to maintain a kind of equidistance between Ukraine and Russia. And he was, on balance, fairly sympathetic to the Ukrainian position, because obviously he was concerned that if Ukraine went under, well, Belarus might be absorbed too. But what's now happened is that he's tilting much more strongly towards the Russians than he had been before, and his relations with Ukraine basically have disintegrated. He clearly has no time for President Zelensky. And he was the other day, yesterday or the day before, in Moscow, and he met with Putin, and they were asked questions on Ukraine, and Lukashenko took a very strong pro-Russian position. At least he was echoing Putin's talking points about the Ukrainian situation to a remarkable degree. So I don't know whether Belarus would actually participate in a war, and I don't think the Russians need them. But of course, if they did, it would be a massive blow for Ukraine. And of course, the other thing that might happen is that it's conceivable that Lukashenko might allow Russian troops to transit into Ukraine via Belarus, which would be or every bit as devastating as as Belarus itself, the Belarus military itself becoming involved. Now, I don't know that's going to happen. This is all speculation. I want to make that very clear. But at least we can talk about it now, whereas a year ago it would have been inconceivable.
Yeah, that makes quite a bit of sense from Lukashenko's point of view. But from the military perspective, if the Belarusians were to be mobilizing as well and join in, because they're part of, was it the CSTO, if I remember the acronym correctly?
That's right.
You would have Ukraine effectively being attacked on three fronts. And as it currently stands, from my understanding, you've got the majority of the Ukrainian forces based on the contact line with the Donetsk area. So from the Russian viewpoint, you basically have to have one armored thrust from the north down to the south, reach the sea around Mariupol, and you've basically cut off 80% of all the Ukrainian armed forces.
Yeah, I agree. Now, look, I again stress I am not a grand strategist. I don't know whether this is possible, and I don't know whether the Russians or anyone at all has that kind of capability. It is the kind of thing that the Russians used to do superbly in the later stages of the Second World War. And it's the sort of thing that they exercise for. I mean, when they carry out exercises, I mean, they still seem to show tremendous flair in carrying out these giant envelopment exercises that we talk about. So I think they can do it. And by the way, I think they would do it. And I think they would do it in lightning speed. And it could very well end up in exactly the way you say it. Now, whether they need the Belarus military to be involved in that, I rather doubt. But I think that
agreed.
it's the sort of real possibility that we can't discount. I've been reading some very strange articles, I should say, in some parts of the media. There's a big article in the Financial Times which seemed to assume that, you know, if there was a head-on war between Ukraine and Russia, you know, the Ukrainians would be able to stand up for themselves. I don't think that's realistic at all. Actually.
No, I don't think so.
I think it's a fantasy. And it struck me again that the journalists who were writing this thing, who were civilians, by the way, like I am, seemed to assume that it would be a head-on clash between two armies, you know, one marching towards the other.
Traditional warfare, yeah.
That kind of thing. And that isn't the Russian style of war at all. The Russians go in, as I said, for envelopment. And if you like, blitzkrieg, they don't fight in that kind of way. So I think that, you know, if there was a war, that would probably be the shape that it would take. But, you know, I don't think there's going to be a war. And to be very clear, I mean, it's not something I'm, you know, pushing for or wish to see at all.
Oh no, of course not. Well, I volunteer. I used to until COVID hit. I used to volunteer in my local cadet unit, and I'm in London, by the way, in case anyone else in the world is wondering where I am. And I've met quite a few kids around 16, 17 years old who want to join the armed forces. Like, great luck to them. But I dread to think that if worse comes to worse, that these young kids that I'm saying goodbye to just as they become adults are the ones who are going to be sent off to Estonia and have to fight the Russian airborne troops, who are among the best in the world, if not the best at their task. Also, on the note of a military thing, that have you heard about I think it was the January exercises in Poland?
I have indeed. This is the one that the Poles tried, and found that they lost in 5 days or something like this.
It was against, from what I read, a supposed Eastern enemy, which I think we can all guess as to who they mean there. But their goal was to hold out 26 days, if I remember the article correctly, to allow Americans and Germans to mobilize and help them. And by day 4, the Polish Air Force and Navy had ceased to exist, and day 5, Warsaw had been taken, and the army had 70 to 80% casualties. So if that's Poland, what's the Baltics? What's countries like the Czech Republic? I mean, I don't need to denigrate the soldiers, but the actual command and control assets, the strategies, the locations of logistics centers, etc.
Yes. Again, I stress it once more. I'm not a military person, so I mean, I'm talking about things. But I think you're absolutely right. I think that in this situation, to imagine that any of these countries would be able to withstand the Russian military in that kind of way, I think is a fantasy. And I think people who talk in that way simply are not, again, engaging with the reality of the situation. I think people in the Pentagon understand this, at least I hope they do, and I think that they do too. And I think they do not want to confront the Russians head on at something that the Russians have a history of doing exceptionally well. So I think that, you know, they would probably avoid that. But I think you're absolutely right. I think that in the event of a war in Eastern Europe, certainly in Ukraine, as I said, it would all be over very decisively and perhaps within a relatively short time. I think a general war in Eastern Europe, I think one would very quickly discover that a lot of these countries are simply not up to fighting by themselves. The only militaries that count in Europe are those of the United States overwhelmingly, and I've heard Britain and France. I understand that even the German military isn't really up to that kind of standard anymore. Even the Polish military is not. So there we are. But again, I come back. I'm not an expert, so if anybody
Yeah,
wants
I'm
to disagree,
I'm a civilian myself, but nonetheless, I do my best to.
Well, at least
I'm a big military nerd, so
at least you've been a cadet, which is more than I've ever been, I have to say.
yeah, limits to it. I don't big it up or anything. There was also, I think it was last week when we were talking about Simon and the guest Simon was talking about the PLA Navy building the equivalent of the French Navy every month or so. I have the slight suspicion he and I watch the same channel, Drakinifel, which I would recommend if you're interested in naval history at all. But it basically comes down to naval strategy as build strategy. And if you can outbuild in terms of ships your opponent, the Chinese do have a big card to play there.
Absolutely. There was a fascinating article actually that came out after we did that program, and it was by Scott Ritter. Now, Scott Ritter, is an ex-military person. He was a U.S. Marine officer, and he was, of course, an intelligence official. And he said, and I'm sure what he's saying is absolutely correct, that the U.S. has carried out 3 war games of a war in the Taiwan Straits, and China won conclusively the first 2, and the US won the third only by introducing into the war game weapon systems and capabilities which don't exist, and which in some cases are not even planned. So I mean that's again the reality. Now I don't want to push this too far. I don't want to push this too far. I mean, I think that the situation would change dramatically if the Chinese Navy would, to go up to the, the Gulf of Mexico, exactly, and it was something of that kind, or, come to the West Coast. I think there the balance would shift decisively the other way. But near the Chinese coast, the Chinese are in a position of overwhelming strength, just as the Russians are.
It's a fundamental. It's much easier to defend than it is to attack. And whilst the Americans do have the numbers to reach out, I'm not sure they have the build strategy to survive the counterattack in the area.
Exactly. That's anyway. I mean, it's an interesting article by Scott Ritter, and as I said, he does speak with the authority of a military man, and a very well connected military man, who obviously knows what's being said and talked about in the Pentagon, which of course I don't.
Frank, if I may, just one last question though, a bit of an odd one. I don't really know how to word it aside from, do you encounter any sort of backlash against your views, sort of hostility? Because I, for instance, have been accused by my mother of all people of, she thinks I'm going to defect to Russia at some point, which I do end up laughing about quite a bit. But at the same time, considering how authoritarian Britain has become over recent months, I'm starting to think maybe it's not such a bad idea after all. But from my experience, if you say anything that's remotely pro-Russian in public, just with ordinary people, the amount of vitriol you seem to get back is almost disproportionate. And it's like you say you've encountered it. How do you deal with it?
Well, I just say, well, I'm entitled to my opinions and move on. I mean, I don't try to engage with all of this because I find it very difficult to. I find one gets drawn into arguments and then it begins to go off on odd sorts of weird and wonderful tangents. I try to keep very factual and very simple, and I point out that the facts I know, and I say, everybody's entitled to their own conclusions, but the facts are, as I've set them out. And as I said, sometimes one encounters some very strong reactions, some very, very strong reactions. I'm going to say this. I've tended to find that the strongest and most hostile reactions tend to come from the more, shall we say, elite sections of society. If you talk to sort of people lower down the social scale, they seem to be much less worked up about all of this. But there was one instance I can speak about, which was a very famous historian. I mean, I'm not going to name him, but somebody you will have heard of, got incredibly angry in my presence, not with me, but with my wife, when they were talking about one of these things, and this was at a social event, and he stormed out in fury that, you know, even these heterodox ideas were even being floated. And it did strike me that this is a historian who ought to be open to ideas and to contrary views. I mean, he didn't actually say that they were wrong. He simply said that he didn't want to hear them. So there we are.
Unfortunately, I know people like that.
No.
Right. Well, I won't keep you then. Thank you very much for talking. It's been an honor and a privilege. Oh, by the way, Alex, I think 2 years ago I bought a mug off you. My dad unfortunately dropped it on the floor, but the only thing that broke was the handle. So you can take that as evidence for your mugs being extremely well made.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, drop me an email. We'll get your dad a replacement.
Right. Thank you very much. Have a good evening,
Thank
you
you,
too, and have a good evening to everyone else.
Thank you. Take care.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. All right. We've got Saida Russo, and then Jose is up. So Saida Russo, I'm bringing you in.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for bringing me in.
Hey, Saida Russo, how you doing?
Good. I've actually spoke to Alexander on the fault lines before. I used to follow you guys. I'll cut some of this TV off now. Just got a few friends around tonight. It's actually quite late here in Sydney, so I appreciate you bumping me up the list a bit. But I was reading a bit about what the earlier caller was talking about. Tariv from New Orleans. He also calls fault lines, and I see him on there. I hear him on there quite often. But to talk about basically the fact that it looks like America is suffering a severe case of imperial overstretch. And not only that, I think they're getting their ambitions mixed up with their capabilities. They want to take on Russia and China and Iran simultaneously in a war they have no chance of winning. I mean, basically, it's just a joke. I mean, they can't even take on Russia or China by themselves, let alone Russia, China, and Iran simultaneously. I mean, and that's basically what it's come down to now. Like, China and Iran have moved closer together. China's announced a $400 billion 25-year deal with Iran. In China now, the Shanghai futures market in oil. You can exchange oil futures directly for gold. The crypto yuan, the crypto ruble, they're talking about backing with gold, as opposed to these other cryptocurrencies, which is basically just fiat currencies. Or, I mean, they're already owned. There's only 21 million of them available, these Bitcoins. So say hello to your new banking fiat overlords. The people like Max Kaiser on RT, who I like. Max, he exposed a lot of corruption, but basically, I mean, how many crypto coins did he buy? I mean, he says his investments have gone up 9 million%. I mean, he brought in at 40 cents a crypto coin or 40 cents a Bitcoin. So how many does he actually own? He's a millionaire when he brought in. So there's only 21 million available. So that's all I'll say about Bitcoin. So I think it's already all owned actually by the end of this year. There's only 21 million in 2021, and that's it. So, and also on that point, I mean, what government is going to let you transact anonymously? Russia, China, America, Europe. No government's going to let you transact anonymously, and nor should they, because they can bribe judges, they can bribe politicians, they can bribe whoever they want with that money, police officers, whatever they want to do. So that's just quickly on that. I'm currently studying my degree at Sydney University, Masters of Political Economy, got my undergraduate there too. Now, just what Tariq was talking about you know, he's talking about Muhammad and Jesus and Buddha and all these guys. I actually think they were omnipresent. I think they were everywhere at once. So which explains why why Islam, for example, spreads from like basically all the way from Europe, from Turkey and also Crimea, all the way down through to Indonesia. I mean, and Muhammad basically traded along the Silk Road. I'm not a Muslim myself. I have no religion. My message is like, there is no religion. There's only God. May peace be upon you and your prophet. That's basically my message. So, you know, be whatever religion you want to be, believe what you want to believe. There's no religion but God. I believe religions start war. I don't believe in religion. I believe in God. So whatever religion you want to have, just have it and live in peace. So I actually believe the prophets were omnipresent. They were everywhere at once. And that explains the broad reach of like Christianity all throughout the world, Judaism all throughout the world, Buddhism all throughout the world, Hinduism. All these religions have vast geographical spreads that can't be explained just by the fact of conquest. For example, like the Islamic Empire never conquered Indonesia. It never conquered Thailand. It never conquered Malaysia. It never conquered India. Okay, it never conquered China into Xinjiang. These just weren't places in the Islamic Empire. And same with Christianity. They never conquered Europe. They never conquered the Middle East. They didn't conquer Russia. You see, you know what I'm saying? Like, so there had to be something else. And I actually believe it was omnipresence. I believe their thoughts were everywhere, their vision was everywhere, their hearing was everywhere, and people saw these people in their eyes right around the world. So when the 12 disciples went out and spoke to people, said, I recognize that guy. That's Paul, that's Peter, that's John, that's Luke, that's Mark, that's Matthew, and that's Thomas, and that's how these religions spread. Because they actually saw the people in the prophet's eyes, they heard the prophet speaking to them, and so that's actually what I believe. I believe like that God sends a certain person every 1,000 years with just at random to remind society what God's actually about. And each prophet has a different message for a different time. So what may have been acceptable 2,000 years ago, like homosexuality wasn't acceptable, but now it is. So like I myself, I support homosexuality. I don't support like women, like men competing in women's sports, like transgender people competing in women's sport. But I support your right to be transgender if you want to. And the way I look at it is like I'm a Marxist libertarian. You don't have the right to get your rights over the expense of somebody else's rights. So people had actually bothered to ask women in women's sports if they want genetic men competing in the sports with them. That's a different question altogether. I think you would find the majority of women athletes would say, no, we don't want women in the jiu-jitsu ring with us. We don't want women. We don't want men in the kung fu ring with us. We don't want women in the hurdle race with us. We don't want men in the swimming pool with us. And this is where a lot of people get this wrong. If you want to have transgender events at the Olympics, that's fine. Go ahead, right? But if you want transgender people to compete in women's sports and they're genetically men, that's where I draw the line. You've got to respect the rights of the women to say, no, we don't want genetic males competing in our events. But I support your right to be transgender. I support your right to be gay. I support your right to be lesbian. Here in Australia, I voted yes in the Marriage Equality Act, and we now have marriage equality in this country, right? And I fully support that. Right, but it's getting to the point where you can't speak out against anything anymore because people will cancel you as soon as they like. As soon as they like, I can be cancelled for saying what I just said. I support. I don't. They should ask the women: do you want transgender people competing in your events at the Olympics, or do you think they should have their own separate category in which they compete? We have a Special Olympics for people in wheelchairs. Why don't we have a gay Olympics? Where transgender people, or transgender Olympics, where transgender people can compete against other transgender people. If I was a woman, I wouldn't want a genetic male competing in a weightlifting event. If I was to get in the ring with my wife and beat her up, or my girlfriend and beat her up in a karate match, it'd be called domestic violence. But they're quite willing to have a transgender male who's now a female get in the ring and beat up a woman in a karate ring at the Olympics or a boxing ring.
Yes.
That's it. Alexander. Great comments.
Great comments. As I said, I can't really add really much to all of this. I would warn you. I mean, you're absolutely right when you say that it's becoming very restricted what you can say. I'm afraid on these sort of topics, we are very restricted also of what we can say, which is why we tend to focus on other things, which is the geopolitics, where we anyway think that we can add things that are useful. But I mean, I'm not, I agree with, I don't disagree with what you say at all. Quite the opposite.
Yeah, well, I figured you guys probably would, and it's like Alex, like I like a lot of what you guys do, but Alex, like lately I've been getting a bit annoyed by this pro-Trump stance. Like I don't think Trump's the Messiah. I think and at the end of the day, like this guy, like he's just another shaman. He's another snake oil salesman. Like America's full of shysters, and basically he's taken a group of people who are disenfranchised by the left and the right. And I think the left and the right have a lot in common. Like I'm actually a communist myself, but I'm also a libertarian. I don't think anyone has the right to impinge on my rights for the sake of their rights, right? And I don't think the state has the right to impinge on my rights for the sake of the state's rights. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump, he's not this guy who's going to save the world. He's out to feather the nest. He cut like $2 trillion. He gave the biggest tax cut ever to the richest people on the planet.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
This guy is not for the people. He's for his own pocket. He's for his own business, and he's for the capitalist. It's just that I agree he didn't start any wars. I like his foreign policy, and he's really good because he's tearing America apart, not the rest of the world. I like that. But I mean, like, at the end of the day, this guy doesn't give a crap about working class people.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say that. I mean, if I could respond, because it's to me.
Sure.
Number one, I never called Trump a messiah, and me being Orthodox Christian, I would never call Trump a messiah. So, I mean, we shouldn't make that categorization.
Well, I know you didn't. I'm sorry for saying that.
Nor do I believe that he's a messiah. Actually, quite the opposite. If you've listened to the conversations that I've had with Alexander, the videos we've done, one of the reasons we like Trump, I'm not going to speak for Alexander. One of the reasons I like Trump is because of his faults. That's one of the reasons that I like him, is that he is not one of these puppet presidents like Obama, like Biden. What are these teleprompted, scripted guys? I actually like the fact that he screws up a lot. I actually like the fact that he says some wacky things or tweets some strange things. I actually like that. And the fact that he's a billionaire reality TV star that became president, I think is pretty interesting and strange. And going back to his foreign policy, I like the fact that he didn't start wars. I've said that openly. I think that's one of the greatest achievements that he should be credited for. And the tax cuts, look, the domestic issues, I mean, you have your beliefs on that. I think that tax cuts aside as to who they benefited, I think Trump did a lot of good in tearing down a lot of regulations for small to medium-sized businesses, which did help them out a lot. And I think we saw that reflected in the economy as well. I mean, small and medium-sized businesses did do well under Trump, as did the elite. But, the elite are going to do well regardless of who the president is, I think, and that's showing. And they're going to do very well under Biden. Very well under Biden. But I never called Trump a messiah. Well, I've been very open saying that one of the reasons I like Trump is because of his humanity and the fact that he wasn't scripted. I think that was his greatest strength.
I agree with you, Alex. So I think I like those things about him too. And all I can say is this Greek Easter, or this Orthodox Easter, is be like Jesus and drive a banker from the temple.
Amen.
Amen. Absolutely.
Alexander, you want to add something?
No, I mean, I would agree. I mean, I certainly don't think that Donald Trump is any kind of messiah. On the contrary, he's a very flawed person. But he did get some very important things right. And he has as I said at the beginning of the program, he has an instinctive understanding of certain key things, which these very sophisticated people that you sometimes encounter don't. And I think, by the way, that was also part of the very strong reaction to him. People who are professional politicians don't like an amateur breaking into their, what they consider, they're in charge of, and actually beating them at their own game. That is something which professionals never like. And I think this is partly one of the reasons for the strong reactions to him. But I never thought he was any kind of messiah. I certainly don't think he's a flawless leader. Quite the opposite. I think he's made many mistakes. I think his tactics were often ill-judged. His appointments were often disastrous and contradicted his own objectives. But he did get some big things right. And
now, I love the way you guys cover Russiagate, by the way. That's why I first started following you guys, was your stuff on Russiagate. All that stuff is so true. Like, it's just and the thing about Donald Trump is he uses such visceral language that he inspires such love and he inspires such hatred. So he uses very visceral language and he gets very visceral response backwards. Either you love him or you hate him. I don't hate him. I think every president should want their country to be great. You don't want a prime minister or a president who doesn't want their country to be great. And there's nothing wrong with that message. And I think it's the visceral language that he uses. It divides people. But that's a very, a lot of great, he's a good orator. And that's the thing. There are very few orators left in politics today. No one can connect with people anymore. They're not emotive. They don't use emotive language. They don't use emotive body language. They just stand there like wooden blocks and read from a teleprompter, and people are sick of it. And that's why people love Trump, and that's why the working class love him, because he actually says a lot of legitimate points. China, I support China. I'm a communist. I want to move to China very soon, and I'm actually dating a Chinese girl, right? I support China. My daughter's actually half Chinese, and actually the daughter of my mother was the mother of my daughter was in the Red Guard in '89, and she told me what actually went on in China. So I'm very aware of what went on in '89 in China, and it had nothing to do with tanks and crushing people. It was actually a CIA-sponsored color revolution. It was one of the first attempted color revolutions. I mean, you had Mikhail Gorbachev broadcasting live in a hotel opposite Tiananmen Square in '89. You had 50 of the world's leading journalists broadcasting live opposite Tiananmen Square in 50 languages live around the world. I remember watching it on my TV set in my classroom in 1989. I mean, you couldn't get one Western cameraman into China today without permission of the Chinese government. But you had 50 of the world's leading journalists broadcasting in 50 languages around the world live in '89. If they're lucky I wasn't there, I would have dragged them all out of their hotels, taken them into Tiananmen Square and executed them and said to the crowd, now go home.
Well,
the thing about Trump that, just to round it out, and we'll get to some more calls, but just to round it out, another thing, because you mentioned Russiagate, is I hated the way they attacked him on Russiagate, and it was intellectually insulting, the stupidity of the whole thing that they concocted. The whole Trump is a Russia agent and a Russia stooge. I thought it was absolutely despicable.
Yeah,
I hate it, and I think that Trump is the most important president of our generation because he actually hit back at the media and at the stupidity that they were throwing at him. Call Trump whatever you want. If he's not intellectual, fine. If you think he's not smart or a genius, fine. But he hit back at the media and he just didn't take it lying down. I thought that was really, really important. In other words, he showed the way we can handle the mainstream media and the crap that they throw at people who don't conform to their ideology. I don't care if it's left, right. I don't care where you are. Trump didn't take it. And they went after him. They went after him really, really hard. And I didn't like that at all. I mean, you know what? Let the guy be president. Let him do what he needs to do. And then you guys can judge and critique him. But the way they went after Trump was absolutely terrible. And it did them a disservice. Because at the end of the day, it attracted people like me a lot more to Trump. Because I'm sitting there and I'm saying, geez, these guys are attacking him like there's no tomorrow. I mean, it was pure bullying. Just let the guy be president, man. Let the guy be president.
And I'll just finish by saying, death to the globalist, and bring back the guillotine.
All right, Senator Russia. Thank you very much. Good night. Take care.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, good going. We got Common Sense coming in now. Common Sense.
Hello.
Ukraine. How you doing?
I'm fine. How are you doing, guys?
Very good.
Isn't you tired?
No, we're trucking along.
Yes, it was a long stream. First of all, I want to say that I am pretty much really, really grateful for this opportunity to speak with you. I think you both are very intelligent and intellectual people, which is not common in the current world. Second of all, I am here on the ground in Ukraine. And if you have some questions about what is happening in the Ukraine, please do not hesitate. I can answer first. I can give first-hand information on everything what is happening in the Ukraine.
What city? If do you mind telling us what area? Or
I'm living in Kiev. I'm actually a Ukrainian resident, and yes, I've been watching all of this unfolding on my country right starting from 2014. So I can give you detailed time lapse on everything what was happening. And I have exactly 4 points for now. Actually, I have pretty much really many points, but I suppose that we won't be able to discuss all of them in this even if I have all the time of the stream. So first point is for Alexander. You told previously that you don't think that the current Cold War, the current iteration of Cold War that we have now, are ideological. I'm eager to disagree with this point, and I explain you why. Firstly, it's because it's not seems that it's the first Cold War was not ideological either. not so much ideological. It was economical. We have a system of communism, of socialism as economical system, and a system of capitalism. Democracy, it was not really an issue because both sides, and Soviet Union and Western powers were thinking that they are democratical countries, they are democratical states. Basically, in my opinion, the communist system of communist democracy was actually more democratic than Western ones. I can prove this in long conversation, but it's not my point. My point now is that now we have also clash in ideologies, but not in economic ideologies, but in ideologies how to run the state. Because both cases, Russia and United States, have the system where the state and the big money are connected. They merge it together in love, in mutual respect, etc., etc. But in United States, you have the system where if you have big money, or the people who have big money, you can make a political career. You can get the state power. And in Russia, it's on the contrary. If you have some state position or some support from state, you can acquire a big amounts of money. So it's in both cases, the state and money are interconnected. But how they work, how this connection works, it's dramatically different in both cases. And this is, in my opinion, is one of the fundamental stones of current disagreement between Russia and the United States and the West in general, and between China and the United States and West in general, because they have pretty much the same system. So first you have state and then money in case of Russia and China, and in United States and West you have first the money and then the state. This was my first point. My second point is about educational system in the United States and in the West in general. All these people that we are seeing now, is this incompetent politicians, Anthony Blinken, Jen Psaki, to much extent, every young person who came into the political sphere in the United States and in the West, they are all incompetent. I cannot point any single person in current Western political world who was both young and competent. We have some pretty much competent and capable Western politicians, but they are all old. And I think that that by the large margin, all the situation is connected to the state of the educational system in the Western countries. What are your thoughts about the current state of the Western educational system? Do the Western countries somehow do they see this problem? Do they make some actions to deter this problem? Because it's really great problem. You don't have an adequate politicians. You have really infantile and out of place people on the positions who decide the future of the world. Yes, my third point is what will be the next move in the propaganda war? What I'm talking about. Basically, the Anglosphere, Anglo-Saxon, you name it, but Anglosphere was really always excelling in propaganda warfare. Even back into the 13th century, when the Great Britain, at that time just England, have really great clash with Spain. Yes, we to this day we are we have, most of the people in the world have an opinion that during the colonization the Spaniards were pretty much more harsh to the native people than the Brits. Yes, but if we will look to the actual results in all places where there was Spaniard, we have now currently the sizable population of native people. And in all places where English people were. We have native people almost exterminated, or to the points of 98, 99%. Yes, so in all actuality, Brits were more harsh, but people now are thinking that Spaniards were more harsh on the native people than Englishmen. It's simply not true, but it's how British propaganda is effective even at that time when it wasn't developed. The current world give far more plurality of thinking because of internet. And Russia, what is the Russian main strength is a nation, is the ability to catch up really quickly. So we can see this in Swedish War when Russians was not Northern War, when Russians was not comparable in military terms with Swedes, but very fast they catch up and build up their military to be stronger than Swedes. We see this in Second World War. We see this in Napoleonic Wars. And in my opinion, that Russians are now catching up with Brits, with Anglosphere, I'm sorry, in that propaganda war, in this propaganda tactics. And they are now able to push their opinions, not as effective right now, but still pretty much effective. And I see that Anglosphere, Western sphere, I don't know, are now starting to close up internet to cut some corners in this propaganda war. And but this is clearly defensive position. And I want to ask you, how do you think what will be the next steps in this grand propaganda war? Because China have no experience in this. They really good in defense, but in offense, it's only Russia who working right now in this field. And the fourth point, I know I'm a little bit extensive, but still the fourth point is Iran-Russia alliance. Basically, I make this point why? Because recently we had the message from Iran that they are want to join the Eurasian Union. Is the first point, but slightly before that, I discovered the pretty much really influential group of Iranian imams who are rooting for not just the alliance with Russia, but almost to the point of country merging with Russia. They call this the alliance with Byzantium. They build up the ideological, religious in Iran case, because religion isn't. And ideology is pretty much in combine, and they are building up this point that Iran should merge with Russia. And in my opinion, this union state will be able to be better counterbalance to, for example, Chinese influence. Yes, and it will have a lot more chances in the Central Asia to counter the Chinese influence. But what is your opinion on can it be successful?
Okay, you covered a huge amount of ground. Let's go through your points quickly, one by one. Firstly, about the differences, ideological differences. I think even if you accept the distinction that you made, that in the West and in the East, money and the state, finance and the state have basically merged, but in the West, it's the finance which controls the state. In the eastern countries, in Russia, China too, presumably, it's the state which controls the finance. Even that is a fundamental ideological difference. And
yes, that's exactly my point.
Yes, I mean, absolutely. But I mean, it's not an ideological difference, though, in the kind of way that it was during the Cold War, when the Soviet Union had a completely different vision for how the world would be, and a different perspective on how the world would shape than the Western powers did. And of course, in those days, there was also economic differences too, as you correctly say. It was also about them rejecting the market, but in Russia and planning and all this. But there was, I think, a certain real, genuine utopian vision, which many people in the West rejected and were opposed to, and at the same time were frightened by. So there's an ideological difference today. I don't think it's as profound as the one which existed before. But your first point, I think, to a great extent, explains the second. I don't think things are quite as bad in terms of merging government and state as you say, but it is absolutely the case, I think, that in Western countries, especially the United States, it's becoming increasingly clear that big money tends to have the dominant political power. In Russia, in China too, it is the other way round. The state is stronger, and that explains why their leaders are stronger also, because people of ability, of talent, of ambition were much more likely to see their futures going up into the state level than they would by going into business. So I think that partly accounts for the difference in the caliber of political leadership. Now, I think it's absolutely right. Political leadership is much weaker in the West than it used to be. That is a very worrying thing. I think the kind of political system we now have, partly for the reason that you said, actually works to enforce weak leadership. It doesn't like people with different ideas, people who will change the system, which so many people are benefiting from. And it is not a system in the West that has developmental goals. About the state of education in the West, that is such a huge subject, varies from place to place. I'm going to say straightforwardly, I think it's bad. I think the state of education overall is bad. It's getting worse. I am amazed, actually, from my interactions with young people, how well they do, given how poor the education they often get is. Now, those are some of your points. If you could just remind me, those are basically your 2 points. Can you just quickly remind me of your other?
Yes. Oh, of course. First of all, it's what is the next move in propaganda war? Yes, and second one is about the Russia-Iran merger, really close alliance, economical union.
Okay, I mean, I think what's going to happen with the information situation is we are slowly drifting increasingly, I think, into separate information spaces. And I think the Russians certainly are heading towards a situation where they will control their information space, their social media space much more than they have up to now. Where I do think the difference is, and it is a remarkable one, is that the West feels much more insecure in information terms than it did.
Alexander, I'm sorry. I want to make one point. In principle, Russians will be absolutely happy if the current situation, if the previous situation with informational space, which when it was all wide open, was the case now. They don't want to lock this information space. No, they pretty much okay with the open information space. But the recent moves with censorship from the West provoke this reaction. So if you want to close your information space, we will close it either.
Absolutely,
yes,
I entirely agree, but that's in a sense my point. I mean, I think that is where we're heading, because this is exactly the point I was going to make. The West has lost its nerve in this area. Once upon a time, it was absolutely confident because it felt that it was so far advanced of everybody else in information terms that it could actually compete in an open information environment because it would always win. And now it no longer seems to have that kind of confidence, and that opens up possibilities for others to challenge it more forcefully on its own ground. So the West is closing up, and that is causing others to close up too. But that's, I think, where we're heading. The difference is that this time, because the West has lost its nerve in this area and doesn't really have perhaps the confidence and the capabilities to do it as it used to, I think it's going to find itself at an increasing disadvantage. It is a remarkable fact at the moment that certainly in Russia, you can talk about some things, far more openly than you can in the West. And that is, of course, the reverse of the situation which I'm old enough to remember. I mean, I can remember the Cold War. I can remember listening to, Soviet broadcasts at that time, and they were expressed in a language. I'm talking about English, in a political language, which was never going to persuade anyone. And it's remarkable to see how that situation has shifted around, so that you have leaders who don't talk anymore in the West, and you now start to find leaders who can talk in the East. It's a complete reversal. So I think that's, in a way, what's going to happen. Now, on the Russian-Iran alliance, I'm not sure it is an alliance. And I'm going to say straight away that if you go to Iran or you meet Iranians, they're a very, very proud country. They have very mixed feelings about Russia, by the way,
Yes.
with which they fought wars. I certainly don't think they would welcome an alliance with Russia, which they are suspicious of and which they see as a much stronger country. But they do see Russia at this time as a potentially important partner. So yes, I think that Iran and Russia are going to work together ever more closely, and they're going to become more integrated with each other economically and all of those things. And maybe that will establish some kind of a counterbalance. But it's going to start at the level of politics and high diplomacy. It's eventually possibly going to evolve into some degree of military cooperation. Then economics is still very far behind. I mean, we're still very far from a situation where Russian and Iranian economies work closely with each other at all. Here, I have to say the contrast with Turkey and Russia is very striking.
About the Iranian situation. Back in 2015, it was 5 years ago, almost 6 years. There was a striking news in the media. It wasn't not that much striking, but it was pretty much remarkable news that Iranians allowed their airport, their military bases, to host the Russian airplanes, war airplanes. And considering the situation when Iran viscerally rejects any foreign troops on their territory, it was pretty much remarkable. Yes, they made it all in secret, but it was a remarkable step from Iranian side. Second one, Iran sees Russia as a much more stronger country. Yes, it's true, but on the other hand, Russia have only 140 million people. Iran has a sizable amount of this population is Muslims. Iran, on the other hand, have 80 million people. Yes, and in case of this situation of merge, Iran will gain support from of sizable amount of even Russian population, because they share mutual ideology. So pretty much this merge will be in terms of political powers, it will be much more equal than, for example, the merge Russia-China. It's one point. And second point, Iran, out of the Muslim countries, is the most industrially developed country.
That's very true.
And the most scientifically developed country also. And in this regards, Russia also wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. And once again, if you think this true, this alliance, in the state of mutual alliance, no side would be able to gain the upper hand, and this is quite a good condition for alliance.
Yes, I mean, as I said, it may happen one day, and it's possible. But as I said, at the moment, it's purely a political dialogue. It may soon develop a more military aspect. In fact, it's likely to. The economic aspect, which is the one which really matters, to make that possible. Yeah, I know, but that brings China in. But that is still far behind. I mean, it may happen, but at the moment, it's still difficult, believe it or not, to actually travel from Russia to China, certainly by land or even by sea across the Caspian. There's lots and lots of work to be done before they get to that kind of state. I'm not saying it's never going to happen, and I'm not saying there aren't reasons why it may, but it will take a very long time before it all comes together in that kind of way.
Well, yes, but basically Iranians are already shaping the public opinion in that direction. At least one group of pretty much influential Iranian imams. You won't find them in English language except one or two. They have if I will find, later on I will post links for these guys, but pretty much their point that in Quran that told that in time of Armageddon the Muslim world should take the alliance with Byzantium, and they see Russia as a reiteration of Byzantium.
Yeah.
It's major point of this new ideology which is pushing its way now in Iran.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Have a nice evening, and it was. I'm really glad for this opportunity to speak with you.
Thank you very much, Common Sense Dissident. All the best to everyone in Kiev. Take care.
Thank you, Alex.
Okay, let's bring in James. We got James, Ferdy, Claude, and Zahir. We'll wrap it up. James.
Hey,
how you
hello.
doing?
Yes,
Hey,
this is
James.
Syrian
How are you?
connection.
Awesome.
Awesome.
How are things going?
Just fine, thank you. And I want to thank you for taking my call. And first of all, let me mention one thing. You guys are incredible in the sense that we can connect with each other in terms of geopolitical science. You have no loyalties, first of all. Yeah. It's imperative that we say that to the audience. We have no loyalties, not to Trump, not to Putin, not to anybody. Yeah, that's one thing that I like to mention to the audience. And I want to ask both of you, what is your current take on the geopolitical aspect of what happened in Syria and Israel with this missile near the Moma nuclear site? The corresponding attack by Israel to the Muslims.
This is a very, very, very important event. Now, we've actually done a program on it. I don't know whether it's up yet, Alex, but we have. But
it's going up.
It's going up. Yes. But I mean, what it basically shows is that the Syrians are becoming more confident about retaliating against Israeli airstrikes. So this missile that was fired at an Israeli plane. It missed, but it landed near this very, very sensitive nuclear facility which Israel has, and that is a huge event potentially. Now Israel retaliated apparently very strongly, and the base from which the launch area from which this missile was launched has apparently been destroyed, which shows how strongly Israel reacted to this. But the fact that the Syrians were prepared to do it at all shows that they're gradually edging towards a position where they feel they can act. And now we've had this very strange story about the explosion in Israel itself in the ammunition dump. So it looks as if the Syrians are gradually becoming more confident as their military has become more sophisticated and more developed over the course of the long war, in which they've absorbed an awful lot of military supplies from Russia and have mastered a lot of technology. So we see where this is going. And the other thing that I read a little while ago, it might have been by Scott Ritter, but I'm not absolutely sure, was that it seems that the Russians, for their part, are starting to become impatient with these Israeli strikes on Syria, and that they're basically telling the Israelis to slow down and, you know, don't carry on doing this, because there will come a point where even Russia feels that it may have to react, and that may account for the fact that the Syrians are becoming more confident in acting in this way also. We will see what happens, but this is certainly a game changer. It's an important event. And of course, this is happening at the same time that we have that news, which we discussed at the start of this program, about Russian ships now escorting Iranian tankers and Russian freighters, providing flour and grain to Syria to break the economic blockade of the country.
We have to be very appreciative from, you know, Russia that they are doing this. It's incredible, you know.
Well,
in less than a week, we have noticed significant changes in Damascus and the south side of Syria.
Oh, really?
People are having now oil, gas.
Oh,
They're
really?
having bread, even though it's costing $1 for 5 pieces of bread, still very expensive.
Yeah.
The economy is in shambles.
Yes.
So, you know, we have to appreciate what Russia has done for Syria. It doesn't matter what political side you are in. For the people of Syria, you know, Syria will be in debt with Russia for many, many, many decades to come. Yeah, it's incredible how much help they have received from Russia. Forget about the military, just in the humanitarian side, it's just incredible. Yes. So now, going back to this chess game that the United States is playing with Russia and China. In the three-dimensional chess game that we have been talking for the last 4 hours in the show, what are your priorities in terms for Russia, China, and the United States in terms of the geopolitical strategies for Ukraine, Syria, China, Taiwan, the South China Sea, and of course, Iran? Which one has priorities for Russia?
Which one has priority? Well, for Russia, the most sensitive issue by far is Ukraine. And that's something that I think needs to be absolutely clear. I mean, Russians feel very strongly about Ukraine. I mean, they were, you know, the same country for 300 years. So it's unsurprising that they do. And if you're talking about the Donbass, that is a very, very, very sensitive area for them. Very sensitive. But if you're talking about the Russian government, building their relationship with China, maintaining some kind of dialogue with the United States, stabilizing the situation in the Middle East, in other words, peace in all the areas around them, so that Russia can go ahead and continue with its economic reconstruction from the effects of the collapse of the Soviet Union and the 1990s. That is what they want to do. They want time and space to be left alone to sort out their many problems. They want peace in Ukraine. As I said earlier in the program, I'm sure that they are confident that in the end, situation in Ukraine will work out to their advantage. They do not want to see a war in Iran. They do not want to see Iran acquire nuclear weapons. They do not want to see a general crisis in the Middle East. They absolutely do not want to see the crisis in Syria evolve to the point where Syrian society collapses or the government in Syria collapses. That is an absolute red line for them. And one should, you know, the point about Syria being in debt to Russia, one should also understand that the Russians have acted in Syria because they see it as being in their imperative interests to act in Syria. That's an important point. So they want stability in the Middle East. They want stability in Europe and in their borders, and they want a good relationship with China and at least a relationship with the United States and Europe, which they can live with and work with, so that they have time and space to rebuild and develop their own economy. And society. And that's the focus of what they say. You don't actually have to guess, because they talk about it all the time. Ultimately, Putin's big address to the parliament the other day was all about that.
Yes, was totally in internal politics.
It's internal
about
politics.
The society itself and the progress that Russia has made in the last 15 years. It's amazing to see, that I want to take on Alexander. You like Trump. Well, not to like. I don't like Trump. I voted for him, but I never like him. It's unbelievably why. But, he disappointed me with his rhetoric and hate speech towards Muslims and Mexicans and everybody that didn't fit his bill. But the reality is that in the United States we have a political system that is towards entertainment of the masses. You are never going to find a political entity, I will call it that entity within the United States realm, like John F. Kennedy or like Vladimir Putin. These kind of presidents and political elements within the United States are over. It's all about entertainment. You can see clearly what is really going on in the mainstream media. We are watching you for a reason. It's because we don't watch them. That's the reason we are watching you. We are listening to you. It's because we don't watch them. And that's the issue that is going to happen in the United States all over the place. You don't find the qualities of a Vladimir Putin in a political entity within the United States. Everybody thought that Obama was going to be the big change. It was a big fiasco. Everybody thought that Hillary Clinton was going to be the next president of the United States. She is one of the most corrupt candidates I ever seen in my life. And we're legging what we call for a John F. Kennedy to come around, but I don't think it's going to happen. The charisma that John F. Kennedy had in terms of politics, statesmanship, and the capacity to solve crises like the one with Cuba or like the one in Europe, in a matter of weeks and months. No, we're not going to find that here in the United States anymore. So, for having said that, I want to mention this to you: is what is your take, your assessment in terms of the internal politics of the United States? Let's put aside the external point. We have currently economy that is completely in shambles. I know that they threw $2 trillion that for me are a sludge fund that Biden is just putting together. I think it's going to be a disaster, in terms. So, what is your take in terms of?
I think you put your finger on it. I think that we're going to see. I am very worried. I'm extremely worried about these economic policies. I know that a lot of people in the United States are very optimistic about them because they're seeing checks going through their doors and all that. But I've never known a time in history when politics or when you're spending money on this scale that it doesn't have consequences in higher inflation and greater problems like that. So I think this is a very bad and misconceived economic policy, and it is part of a series of policies which again are the product of an administration that lacks self-discipline and direction and doesn't accept limits on what it can do. And all this at a time when, as I said, there is a constant tug within the administration pulling it to ever more radical positions than I think most Americans would possibly want to see. So that's my overall take. I think a weak government, but at the same time, a dangerously radical one, taking decisions in economics, especially, which are going to end very badly. And I'm very worried about it. I'm not going to make any pretense that I'm not. I've never been more worried about the situation in the United States at any time. And I remember periods of time when, things look bad. I can remember the oil crisis of the 70s. I can remember the inflation crisis of the 80s. I never had any doubts that the United States, would eventually pull things around. This time, I'm not so sure.
Indeed. And my last comment, and this is for all of us. Remember, faith in God needs no religion.
This seems to be a theme of this program. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Hello? I seem to have lost sound. I can't hear you, Alex.
I'm muted.
Okay.
I muted myself. I'm unmuted now. Let's bring in Ferdy.
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Good evening,
Good evening.
gentlemen. How are you?
Doing good.
Good. Well, sweet Lord, listening to this program, there came up so many points and questions that I would have liked to discuss, but that's just too much. I have two main points. First point is, Alexander, you recently made a program where you discussed a possible coalition between Orban and Salvini and Poland, sort of to save Europe. And you talked about the chancellor of this republic, where most of the Alps are in, that he would probably join this coalition. You know who I'm talking about.
Yes.
And I have my doubts watching the history of this chancellor, who snubbed Orban several times, and is very much friends with the rich and famous Hungarian. You know whom I'm talking about.
Absolutely, yeah.
And also, I mean, he's as far as I remember, you called him a more or less a Christian Democrat. Well, just recently he managed to blackmail the Catholic Church in Austria, to subdue them to his ways, and during his reign, he implemented abortion rights into law, and gay marriage into law, and pushed back family rights. So I don't see him at all. Right. And he himself said that he's not a conservative. He said that several times. He defended himself against criticism from outside, saying that he doesn't see himself as a conservative. So I'm very much in doubt if he will be willing to join a coalition.
Well, that's very interesting. Thank you. I mean, it sounds like Merkelism with Austrian characteristics.
Absolutely.
If I could say so. Well, thank you very much, because that is really useful. I mean, I can I just ask, are you from Austria? You seem to be very well informed by about the situation there.
Well, I try to inform myself, but sometimes it is such a triste affair that it's becoming more and more difficult to listen to these people.
I can imagine.
And I mean, the extent of absurdness and stupidity of daily press conferences of these people is almost unsurmountable. And yes, but I live in Austria, and so I do not have very much hope about this. I sent Alex an email about this where I described all these things, and I was shocked this morning by your program about the Greens in Germany, which is my home country, that they have the possibility to win the elections. I mean, that would be a disaster for Germany. That would be absolutely terrible.
Indeed, their lead is growing apparently. So as the CDU, CSU, as the union fades, it seems that they are rising. And I, to be honest, I agree. I mean, I'm not by any means somebody who is hostile to ecological policies. I want to make that absolutely clear.
Neither am I.
But this is not ecological policies. This is utopianism of a very strange kind.
Well, we're going to land in eco-fascism.
Well, indeed. Well,
it's going to be a disaster.
A disaster. I agree. I mean, I have to say. I mean, I think that they are absolutely not right for office or power in any conceivable shape or form.
I mean, this woman who is obviously going to lead the Greens. She's an absolute dreamer, and she's. I mean, talking about education. I mean, she even how do you say that? She couldn't differentiate between cobalt and cobalt, which is quite another thing. So they're absolutely clueless. These people.
Yes.
Anyway. Yes, please.
No. I mean, absolutely, and I entirely agree with you about this. And I have to say, I find it extremely disturbing that we seem to be in this situation with the Greens rising. And again, I have to say, a testament, as far as I'm concerned, to the immense damage that Merkelism has done to Germany over the 16 years that she's been there, because it seems to me that she has essentially weakened to the point of collapse the German political system. But I have my own particular views about Merkel, which are well known.
I have another question. It concerns the Cold War. First of all, what do those people who are waging warmongering, what do they hope to gain with that? I cannot understand that. To me, it looks rather irrational.
Yes.
And I mean, does the ruling family now hope to gain anything in Ukraine again?
Well, I mean, you say that it looks irrational. It looks irrational because it is irrational. I mean, I at a fundamental level, not just a fundamental, an obvious level, war is something one should be working hard to try to avoid. And that means avoiding confrontation. It seems astonishing to me that there are people in the United States and in other countries, Britain, by the way, is even worse here, who are always looking for confrontation and who are always looking for opportunities to increase tensions, and who are prepared to, play these complex games of geopolitical chess with all the consequences that arise from that. But unfortunately, there are such people, and they have lost contact with reality. They are so absorbed in their games of chess that I think that they don't understand the tremendous stakes that they are playing for and the enormous dangers if what they do goes wrong. But, as somebody who likes to think of himself as rational, at a basic level, I too don't understand it. I mean, why sacrifice the world? Because that's what you're risking for the Donbass. I mean, it seems bizarre, but I mean, there are people who I could come up for any number of articles that talk in this kind of way. I was reading one yesterday in an American magazine about the standoff between over the Czech embassy business, which I'm not, we could talk about some other time. But I mean, and the way it was talking and the language it was using was just apocalyptic, very bizarre.
That's one of my impressions too. I mean, if you look around in any kind of politics anymore, it is not explainable anymore with logics. And everywhere you look, if it's corona politics or anything else, it has nothing to do logics anymore. People around me, friends around me, try to explain these things, try to explain reasons. There is no logic reason. I mean, the common thing about all these politics is that they are not logic anymore. And I certainly, as a Christian, have my view about that, because as you said, it's apocalyptic. It's the lust for destruction. It's the typical old saying in Latin, non serviam.
Are you familiar with the poem "The Second Coming" by W.B. Yeats?
No.
Who was also Christian. Well, it's things fall apart, the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack all conviction, whilst the worst are full of passionate intensity.
Wow. 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 I mean, hearing something like that makes me makes me drop everything.
W.B. Yeats, W.B. Yeats. Look it up.
I will look that up.
The Second Coming. It's called The Second Coming.
Yeah. And about, you just mentioned the military of Germany. I mean, I mean, you probably know that, but the problems Germany is dealing with now in military is not buying weaponry, but buying clothing for pregnant women and things like that. So you can forget about the military in Germany. Anyway, well. One last point, Poland and the Czech Republic, their position against Russia, do you think that's a generational problem or a traditional problem, or do they have any reason, any actual reason to
I mean, there is a historical element. The Czechs historically, by the way, were extremely close and well disposed to Russia. And I mean, this is I was in Prague last year, as it happens, and my impression is that many Czechs still are, actually. So I think this is a little artificial, this particular dispute that's going on at the moment. Poland is different. I mean, the Poles have many reasons to be antagonistic to Russia, and one has to say straight away, sometimes very valid reasons to be hostile to Russia. But they have no actual concerns at the moment. I think that over time, left to themselves, all these countries would sort their problems out. I think the Czechs, the Poles, and the Russians would be perfectly well able to get on with each other if left alone, and they would do so. In Poland, it might take a little while. In the Czech case, I don't think it would take any time at all if they were left alone to do it.
Well, the Western powers will manage to drive them into the arms of Russia.
Yeah, well, eventually, at some point, yes.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, and hope to talk to you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you
very much. Bye-bye. Okay, let's bring in Claude. Claude, how you doing?
Good, gentlemen. Yourselves?
Doing great.
Thank you. Very well.
Before we get into the meat of the week, I think to touch back on Trump, because he's been the subject of a lot of comments today, right? I think his biggest legacy will be to have exposed to both spectrums, to both sides of his country, that the president has no clothes. With the deep state going to war and staging a 4-year coup and attack on their own leader, they've basically destroyed American soft power forever. That will have lasting consequences for a long time, maybe forever. And you see it in every sphere of American, international politics. Nobody cares. Nobody listens to them. They couldn't even put on a virtual summit this week. I don't know if you guys noticed how they cut off Macron twice and he just left. I mean, you can't even, when you get to that point where you're so incompetent that you can't even organize and schedule your world leaders, how they're going to appear in what order and so forth. It was fascinating to watch. But at least now this week, after listening to Putin, we understand what this was all about, and he very elegantly put it so that the people he wanted to understand what he was saying did, without creating panic or anything like that. But his message were very, very specific, like a scalpel, as far as I thought. But when you factor the Belarus situation, the pushing Zelensky to the contact line, what's been going on in Syria, everything together, I can understand now why Russia felt they were actually under attack, because they were. This is not Cold War. This is a warm war. When you're trying to destabilize a country, from multiple angles at the same time. I could see exactly this was not a bluff, and I can also see the reaction by the Biden administration, why there was such panic there, because once they realized they were caught, they realized that Russia was serious. They were moving these people and expecting Zelensky to try to push through the contact line or do something stupid. And so here we are, where a few days later, for the first time in the Syrian conflict, which has been going on, the Russians are there now for 7 years, 7 years. They've actually flew behind the American control zone and destroyed the CIA's terrorist camp in one shot. And Putin touched on that during his speech when he talked about asymmetric actions and red lines that were going to be decided now by Russia and nobody else. So in other words, he was telling the American generals, that agreement we have in Syria, it's over. And that's how I read it anyways. That's how I read the week go through. But every week it's getting worse. At this point, I don't know, and then you have the Americans say, okay, we're going to stay out of the Black Sea, which there was a mention of blowing up bridges. So something in those Belarusian documents, there must have been discussions there about the bridge to Crimea. That's how I read it. I read it as a double talk. And then just a day later, the Brits say, no, well, we're going to go. Like every time something goes on and there's detente, the British come in and they try to spice things up. And it's very noticeable. And whether it's Navalny, whether it's the previous poisoning, I forget the name of the couple there, but the Skripal, the dossier, there's always something, and every time there's detente and there's rapprochement, boom, so this ain't accidental. This is on purpose. So at this point, you got to wonder, what is the British trying to do here? They can't even put their navy to sea. Their subs are moored in Scotland. They can't be sailed. They have one ship which they're flagging around, a brand new mini aircraft carrier, but that's about it. And so they have no capacity to do anything but to create conflict. And that's how I saw the week, gentlemen.
Well, Lindy, can I just say a number of very perceptive points? First of all, you may be interested to know that Peskov, who is Putin's spokesman, he actually did an interview on Russian television in which he said that Russia and Belarus are going to have to live under pressure, learn to live under pressure for the foreseeable future, that they're going to be facing the same kind of intense pressure from the West, and that this is going to go on for the foreseeable future. That's quite a remarkable statement. It shows that the Russians don't really expect that all these discussions I was talking about at the beginning with the Americans, that they're really going to bear fruit. It's partly what Alex, the question point, a point Alex was making, a point some of the viewers were making, that that there are not going to be, the Americans may find it impossible to acknowledge the Russian red lines in the way that the Russians would feel is necessary and acceptable for there to be a real substantive easing of tensions. So we will see where that goes. But that was what Peskov said. On the question of what the British do, well, as somebody who is proudly British, I am absolutely furious about it. I think Britain sending its warships into the Black Sea is absolutely ludicrous. I think you're absolutely right that there was talk about the bridge, and it's interesting that at around that time, the Russians announced that they were closing the Kerch Strait and the Sea of Azov to warships and keeping them away from the bridge, and that this is going to go on until October. So I wonder what came out of all of that. And I think that this is a constant game of pressure and provocation, which has gone on for far too long, is going on far too far, and it is becoming increasingly dangerous and misconceived. I think there are some people in Washington who understand that and are trying to row back. I think they're coming under enormous pressure. I don't think there's a strong president who can back them. And I think the British, unfortunately, for reasons I have never really understood, always seem, I'm talking about obviously the British government, always seems to look for trouble in its relationship with Russia, when at a particular point in time, when Britain has left the European Union, it needs, on the contrary, to be making as many friends in as many places as it can. So I agree. I think you made some very perceptive and insightful points. I just wanted to add that particular gloss to them.
Thanks, Alexander. The next move for the CIA will have to stage something. They want extra. They'll need extra resources in Syria. Yeah. So how they get them there? Because they can no longer train terrorists in Afghanistan.
Yes,
they can't train them in Iraq because they're under very watchful eye by the Iraqi government in Iraq, to the point where I think they've been asked politely to leave. So where do you train them? So they trained them in Syria, knowing full well that they were exposed, but probably trained them there because they had no choice.
Absolutely.
So now they either have to pull out of Syria, or they have to invent a reason to put more resources there. And we know they don't have a reverse gear. So what comes next? So it'll be interesting to see in the coming weeks or months as how this develops. But I suspect I only see escalation. I wish I did.
Yes.
Hope that the Biden administration was able to rein the CIA in, but Trump wasn't able to. Nobody was able to, and the party continues, and I just see it getting worse, unfortunately.
Yes.
Have a great weekend, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Alex, take care. Nice T-shirt.
Thank you. Take care. Nice avatar. All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. All right, let's bring in Zahir, and that wraps it up for the calls. Zahir, how you doing?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Doing
Yeah,
good.
I want to talk about a few things, but first of all, the recent spat between Czech Republic and Russia. That is, I find it very odd. I mean, same people were involved in that in Czech Republic in 2014 happen to be the same people involved in the Skripal. What a coincidence. I mean, how? I don't get it.
Well, I mean, the Russian media has ridiculed the story. And I think it's worth pointing out that previously the Czechs had all said that it was all a mistake, an accident, that this thing was due to a negligence on the part of the companies that were storing these things, and the Bulgarian arms dealer who supposedly was involved in it. So this has been a sudden, very sharp change in the story. Now, the Russians, I don't know if this is true, by the way, and this may be completely wrong, but the Russians are claiming that the Czech affair has been worked up in order to distract attention away from the Belarus coup. that the coup in Belarus was the big story, and that the media and that that there was a sudden need to try and create some other crisis to talk about, so that you don't talk about what was happening in Belarus. And by the way, there are some people in Russia, I'm not saying this is true, by the way, who say that the really big crisis that was being planned for this spring and early summer was not in Ukraine, it was in Belarus. In other words, all those troops were being sent to Ukraine in order to create, to sort of focus Russian attention on Ukraine, whilst the reality, the real play, was in Belarus. I don't know whether that's true, and please don't assume that that is true.
Oh,
but
no,
I know there are some
absolutely
people
not.
in Russia who are talking about this,
But no,
and
the
I
thing
haven't
is-
really got to the bottom of the Belarus
thing is-
but on the Czech thing, can I just finish by saying this?
Sure.
I think the Czechs have got themselves into a very difficult situation, because had they expelled 4 Russian diplomats in response to this event, after all, it happened 7 years ago, the Russians would have expelled 4 Czech diplomats, and that would have been the end of the story. The Czechs were egged on into expelling 18 Russian diplomats. That is a grotesque overreaction. The Russians retaliated by expelling 20. The Czechs are now in an extremely difficult position, because from their point of view, their relationship with Russia is far more important to them than a relationship with the Czech Republic is for Russia. And that's a simple fact of power mechanics. So they tried to claw back and try to persuade the Russians to let those Czech diplomats go back. And they said that if they didn't, they would expelled even more Russians, 63 in fact, and that it's all going to happen right away. And then, of course, the Russians said no. And then the Czechs said, well, we will expel these 63 Russian diplomats, but only at the end of May, after we've had more discussions. So they have been gamed. That's the impression I get. They've been maneuvered into a position of a confrontation with Russia, which is absolutely not in their interests, and not something that most people in the Czech Republic want at all. And with the government itself very divided about this, over a incident that happened 6 years ago, and where 7 years ago, and where a completely different account of what happened was originally given. And the claim that these two same individuals who were involved in or allegedly involved in the Skripal affair were behind it is just farcical. So it's a whole thing it was a ludicrous play, overplayed, and which has gone very badly wrong. And the Czechs are scrambling to find some way to resolve it. Very sad, actually.
No, I mean, it would be very stupid of Russians to do something like that, because let's not forget, Czech is a NATO country. For Russians to do something like that, it would be very reckless and stupidity for them.
I mean, I absolutely don't understand the motivation.
The same 2 guys.
Well, exactly.
Really?
Really?
I mean, the same 2 guys.
I know.
That's how stupid we all are.
Yeah,
all of us believe
absolutely.
that. Who in God's name is that freaking dumb to believe that the same 2 guys that supposedly were in Salisbury and supposedly unleashed this poison that if you get 1 foot close to it, you evaporate, and ducks were dying in a lake, according to what's her face, the CIA, Haspel,
Gina,
right?
Haspel.
These 2 guys are the same guys that blew up a munitions depot in 2014. These 2 guys, they couldn't find 2 other freaking Russian agents so that they could pin this on. They just manufactured the same 2 guys, and people go along with it. It's just getting to the point of just absolutely dumb. Can we get new script writers?
Yes.
New script writers to come up with different narratives instead of rehashing the same damn movie over and over again. At least get some different freaking writers to come up with some more creative plots than just rehashing the same damn people. The fact that people believe this stuff is beyond me. Anyway.
Those who believe it are probably neoliberals, I guess. But who knows? No, but
I don't think anybody. Yeah, I don't think anybody seriously believes it. Actually, I mean that. I mean, it's a farcical affair. And as I said, it's backfired on the Czechs. and in a way that I feel sorry for them, actually.
No, I mean, let's not forget there's some Czechs and Slovaks. They have grievance against Russia.
Oh,
I
yeah, of
believe
course
for
they do.
1968. Remember when
Of course there are.
Russians rolled their tanks in 68?
Yeah.
But this is not the way to deal with it, you know. And and one more thing. And second thing I want to talk about is Putin. Man, this guy got to be the toughest leader I've seen in last, I don't know how long, but everything has been thrown at him since 2014. He's still standing. Like, because I remember in 2014 in G20 summit in Australia, like you saw how they treated him. Yet he left early G20. Yet
Absolutely.
he still come back stronger. Year after year, he still came back stronger. And yet those leaders who treated him poorly are all gone.
Absolutely.
I mean, gotta tell you, Putin is a very calm, doesn't react badly. He just react very carefully. Like he has the thing in him that he can take punches, but yet when he punch you, he'll punch you hard. That's the type of guy he is.
Well, yes, in this, I have to say, he reflects very much the mood in Russia at the moment. I mean, he is it's precisely because he responds in such a measured way that he is as strong in Russia as he is. If he acted impulsively or emotionally, he would not have the authority in his own country, because that's the kind of foreign policy at the moment that they want.
Well, because he's a KGB. He was a KGB, so I think he's a intelligence officer. So I think he's trained to be calm and all that. And no wonder some Republicans in America admire him. Even in Europe, like some conservatives admire Putin.
Oh, indeed, a lot of people do. What I would say is, though, that over the last year, there's been a notable hardening in Russian language and policy. I mean, this business of we're referring to the Western states as our partners, which had already begun to grate on many people in Russia, that seems to have been completely dropped. I haven't heard even Putin use that expression for some time now. And if you listen to or read the sort of things that people like Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, is saying, they become the language has become much harder. The reactions have become much stronger. And I mean, the way they treated Josep Borrell, the EU high representative for foreign policy, who went to Moscow. I mean, they were not taking any lectures. I mean, he left with his tail between his legs. So the Russians are now becoming more assertive than they used to be. This is something, by the way, which has surprised the West, and they're not quite sure how to respond to it.
No, you see, I'll tell you why. Because in 2003, this is from Nicholas Kristof of New York Times. He said that he expected Putin to be the sober Boris Yeltsin. And he said he's disappointed. He's not.
Well, there we go.
I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm baffled that Navalny even have supporters. Like, his supporters, do they even? Because to me, I see Navalny the second coming of Boris Yeltsin. I don't want this guy anywhere near Kremlin. I don't want him near office or anything. Because my question to his supporters: do they forget? Do they even remember anything from their parents? Like, did their parents, his young supporters, did their parents told them anything what they went through in the 90s? How they were humiliated by the West every day?
Well, the short answer is he doesn't have many supporters. I mean, I did a program about the protests that took place the other day on my own channel, and I mean the turnout was derisory. That was the word I used, and it was. I mean, there's been some attempts to talk up the numbers of the protests in Moscow, but even the Western media accepted that the protest in Moscow was very small. And across the rest of the country, it was just non-existent, essentially. It was just a couple of hundred people there, a few dozen people here, one or two people there. It was nothing. So, I mean, obviously, somebody who gets that much attention is going to attract some degree of support, because people like that always do. I mean, people who are angry or disappointed or frustrated about something, or people who have particular ideological ideas, which, you know, everybody has. So it's not surprising that he has some support. But given the amount of attention he's been getting, given the enormous, you know, weight of the information campaign behind him, it is very, very telling, actually, how little support he actually has. And my impression is it's been declining for a long time. I think I don't have an answer for what happened last year. I don't know. I mean, there's all sorts of theories floating around. I'm not going to get into what they are. All I will say is, whatever the reason, whatever actually happened, the reason it happened was because that already very minimal support he had has declined even further, and that made him vulnerable.
I want to talk about Belarus and Ukraine. First of all, Belarus, what happened this week with the attempt on, they say, on Lukashenko. They're saying that the opposition leader, the lady you just see in exile, Tikhanovskaya. I'm just guessing it. Okay, do you think she had anything to do with this?
No, I don't think so. I don't think she's capable of being involved in something like this. I think what this has exposed, actually, is that she's not really the opposition to Lukashenko, that she's somebody who's been used and has been used as a sort of image, but that there are other far more sinister people pulling the strings behind the appearance of things. The Belarus affair is still, there's an awful lot that is still unexplained, but there's a number of points to make. Firstly, Putin has publicly backed it. He's now talked about it as if it was fact, and he's spoken to Biden about it. He talked about it in that telephone conversation. So the Russians are throwing the weight of their credibility behind this, and that it counts for a lot. Secondly, the Russians have been producing lots of transcripts and copies of Zoom calls involving various people, and that rather suggests that there is again something behind the story. Bear in mind, when the West makes allegations, they never give us anything because they say it's classified. So that we have to accept it on trust. This time, the Russians have published a lot of evidence. I haven't had time to assess it or go through it, but it seems that there is substance to it. And last but not least, and most remarkable of all, in the face of all of this, there has been absolute radio silence about it from the West, which suggests to me that the West is deeply embarrassed by what has happened. I can't come up with any other explanation for that. I would have thought that if the story was ridiculous, we would have had Jen Psaki and the United States coming up and saying so. The fact that we've had nothing at all, that the media has completely not covered this story, suggests to me that they are very embarrassed about it, and that may mean that it's true. We're going to have a trial in Minsk, and no doubt we will find out a lot more then.
Yeah, but the thing is, that was a very dangerous thing. Whoever behind this, probably from the U.S. or Baltics nation, very reckless. And now Lukashenko, he was pitting Russia against the West. Now he has second thoughts now, I guess.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he's with Putin. I mean, you can see the pictures on the Putin's website. I mean, now they're the best of friends, and it's remarkable actually to see how Lukashenko is now talking all the time. You know, following in Putin's footsteps. He's agreeing with everything that Putin says practically. I mean, from where Lukashenko, the West was trying to persuade Lukashenko to distance himself from Russia, they've now pushed him into Russia's arms, just as they pushed Russia into China's arms. It seems an odd policy or set of policies to follow, but there we are.
Yeah, and now Ukraine, that Russia has pulled its troops back and all that.
Yeah.
So what's next for Zelensky? What's he's gonna do? And if I'm China and I'm looking at the Ukraine and Belarus situation, and then thinking of same as Taiwan, what would they be thinking?
Right. Well, let's talk about what Zelensky's going to do. I predict, this is my guess, that there's going to be another ceasefire announcement before very long, and that we will certainly see a degree of stabilization. And then, of course, Zelensky will have to deal with the many political problems that he faces in Ukraine itself, which he has probably made much worse as a result of this particular episode. Now, what's going to happen to him, I'm not going to say, but, that seems to me where we're heading now. At the moment, it seems to me this crisis is going into abeyance. I don't say it's over, I don't say it's resolved, but into a certain degree of abeyance. Now, China is looking at what happens in Ukraine. If there is a war in Ukraine and Ukraine is defeated and the Russians win, then the Chinese will say, well, the United States was unable to stop the Russians in Ukraine, so that shows that it won't be able to stop us if we start doing things in Taiwan. They already think they can. And already we see these very strong articles appearing in Global Times in which they're saying that if the United States gives a guarantee, a security guarantee to Taiwan, Taiwan will then be encouraged to seek independence. And at that point, China will go to war. And what the United States, that United States guarantee will either be exposed as a bluff, or the United States will be at war with China. If it is a bluff, by the way, then it's a stupid idea, because if, as I said in a program that I did, if the first law of war is you don't march on Moscow, the first law of diplomacy is you don't bluff Beijing. Beijing will always call whatever bluff you're making. And that will be that is a lesson that the Blinkens need to learn.
Oh, and two more things I want to talk about. What Britain's gonna send its warships to Black Sea?
Well,
what would Russia should do? Would Russia do anything? Will they confront Britain?
It reminds me of a story about what Bismarck said at one point when the British were going to send their army to Germany to stop German reunification. And Bismarck was asked what he would do, and he said, I'll send the police to arrest them. I'm sorry to put it in that rather crude way. The idea that the Royal Navy, the British Royal Navy, once the mightiest fleet in the world, can achieve things in the Black Sea where the US is afraid to go is just fantasy. And I know that some people in Britain thought that comments I'd made about this were too strong, but I mean, that's how I feel.
And also, like, I want to talk about Russia. They got some good diplomats. I mean, Lavrov, arguably the best foreign minister, but the guy in China, he's a pretty good diplomat too, though.
Absolutely,
I like how he handled Blinken in his own territory in Anchorage.
Absolutely.
No one does that.
I mean, the Chinese have superb diplomats, and at the same time, they're also becoming extremely assertive. I mean, this talk about wolf warriors is not entirely without foundation. I mean, some of the things that Chinese diplomats have been saying on Twitter have been absolutely astonishing, and I mean, they are intentionally trolling the Americans at the moment. Now, whether that's a clever thing to do or a wise thing to do is another matter. But they are very, very tough and determined diplomats, and they know what they're doing, definitely.
Well, no, because Chinese have sensed that there's no diplomacy in Washington because Washington is in shambles right now. So
absolutely.
That's why I guess they're like sensing that, you know what, right now this is their opportunity.
Yes, but this is of course the key point, because where the Russians see a vacuum in Washington and they sense a danger, the Chinese, from a much stronger position, see a vacuum in Washington and sense an opportunity, exactly as you said. And that might actually heighten the danger.
Oh, Alrighty. Anyways, and now that's all I want to talk to you guys about, and hopefully talk to you guys next week.
Thank you very much, Zahir.
Yeah.
Take care, Zahir.
Alrighty.
All right. Let's do some super chats.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do some super chats. And we'll wrap it up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Can Greece evade the EU debt by hiding under Russian sanctions?
I wish they were. They won't. I mean, you know, the Greeks could do many things. To be quite, no, I mean, I don't think they need to hide under Russian sanctions or do all of those things, but they never do, because they never actually have the nous and the self-confidence to stand up to the EU in that kind of way. I mean, so they won't do it. I mean, you know, they might in theory be able to do all sorts of things, but they won't do them because the political class in Greece is utterly committed to being loyal to the EU.
Completely owned by the EU.
Yeah. Yeah.
From Eugene, please become Orthodox Christian.
Well, we don't have, well, yeah.
It's easy to do. We are.
We are. Yeah. Yeah.
We are. From A. Ashraf, as it's all related, now or later, talk to us about recent Israel versus Syria wrap up. We talked about that.
We have already. We have already.
And we have a show coming on that specifically this weekend. So we did talk about that, and we have a dedicated show.
Yes.
Coming up this weekend.
Yeah.
From Irish Partisan, good YouTube channel. Check it out, guys. Hi, guys. What are your views on Cuba? Raul Castro finally stepped down to be replaced by a much younger leader. Do a program on the wider events in Latin America. Looking forward to Belarus analysis. We talked about Belarus during the show in pretty good detail. That's an interesting story.
It's a huge. It's a huge. I mean, it's a change. It's the end of an era. It's the end of the rule of the Castros over Cuba, and that's a remarkable thing, actually. Now, what will happen in Cuba, we don't know, but I mean, there's a radical economic reform underway in Cuba. There's which is going to completely change the way the economy works and introduce private enterprise and do all sorts of things which the Cubans up to now have resisted doing, but they have to do it because of the economic situation. And they are reaching out to their old friends. And it was interesting that just before this party congress that happened in Cuba, a very, very important Russian official, a man called Yuri Borisov, who was in Cuba, and he is basically the head of Russia's military-industrial complex and also its space program, but he's also somebody who does an awful lot of things with trade and trade policy and whatever. So he was a very important person, and he seemed to be arriving in Cuba at that time. The big question is whether the Cubans can carry out all of these changes with the party, the Communist Party, the new government keeping control. When other countries have tried, communist countries have tried to do similar reforms, the Communist Party has either succeeded, as it has in Vietnam and in China, or it failed utterly, as it did in the Soviet Union. So we'll see which it will be in Cuba's case.
Okay, from Sparky, Russia and America, similar. They're multi-ethnic, multicultural, sprawling countries with wide open spaces and a keen interest in space exploration.
True, absolutely, spot on. There are also profound differences, but the point that you're making is fully valid. I mean, there's so much that these two countries could learn from each other and understand and relate to in each other if they wanted to. But of course, some people, especially in the US, it has to be said, have never been keen to look at this in that way. I'll just repeat a comment that my aunt once made when she went on a diplomatic mission to Moscow. It's the first time she'd been there, and she came back and she told me, I've never forgotten this, that the Russians are just poor Americans. I mean, they're exactly the same, they're just poorer. That was, of course, in Soviet times. I'm not...
Yeah. All right, from Sparky, nothing will change in 2024 unless free and fair elections are introduced to the United States.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The English loyalist. My question, how is Biden supposed to confront the Russians with so many domestic problems? Who is going to fight for Biden when he calls America racist? Border, BLM, racial issues, loss of order in the U.S.
You know something? I think that there are some people in the administration who actually grasp that point. And if we are seeing some attempts by some people, which I think we are, Blinken, maybe, Sullivan, probably, trying to sort of put things in a more predictable and stable way, it's precisely because they understand that the situation in the US is really not such that they can afford a confrontation with Russia at this time. But the problem is that those people who think like that are not in the ascendant, and the other people, the people who always seek confrontation, seem to be much stronger. So if Trump couldn't face them down, what chance that the current president will? I can't see it.
Yeah, Kurt is a new member to the Duran community. Welcome, Kurt. From Sparky, in a way, it's good that Biden-Harris administration is ridiculous. If righteous leaders take back power in the U.S., it will be obvious to Putin.
Yes, I agree. Actually, Putin would like a predictable and stable relationship with the United States. I mean, as I said, the Russians have lots to do in their own country. They're not looking for confrontation. They're not looking for a fight. Around the world. It's not like it was in the late 50s and early 60s with Nikita Khrushchev, who was, all about trying to expand Soviet influence around the world, or Brezhnev trying to do the same. This isn't what the Russians are into at all at the moment. But they need someone in the US who can work with them, who has both the desire and the authority to do it. And there isn't anyone obvious who can fill that role at the moment.
Yeah. All right. From Flying Boar, Biden says the U.S. will recognize Armenian genocide. This will not go down well with Erdogan, and I see the U.S. trying to pit Armenia against Russia with this.
Yes, we've talked about this already. By the way, there's elections coming in Armenia, and it looks quite likely that there will be a change of government. And it seems all Armenian parties at the moment are saying that Armenia needs to deepen its relationship with Russia. There's even been a suggestion by an Armenian politician who I have no idea how mainstream he is and whether this is to be taken seriously, that Armenia should actually ask to be united with the Russian Federation again, that would be the best solution for them. So it could very well be that the timing of this move is exactly as you say, an attempt to create trouble between Russia and Armenia, or rather distance between Russia and Armenia, draw Armenia closer to the United States. But irrespective of that, as Alex said, it's the correct decision. It's long overdue that this thing was recognized. And if Erdogan is upset and angry about it, well, so be it. And I still don't think that he's going to leave NATO because of it, for the reasons that we talked about earlier in the program.
All right. From Toilet Sauce, two-part question, two super chats, two-part question. Number one, patient Navalny, who is very weak, can barely stand, with no feeling in either his arms or his legs, has been caught doing pull-ups.
Oh, well.
I don't know if that's true.
I don't know if that's true. Well, but
Okay. And part two, he also admitted to having received medical attention from private doctors. I bet a lot of people feel played right about now. That I have heard.
Yeah.
Private doctors.
Well, okay. Well, I've
heard a lot of doctors have actually seen him.
Yeah. Well, indeed. Yes.
Yeah. I've heard he's been visited by a lot.
Yes.
So,
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I hadn't heard that, but I'm certainly prepared to believe that, because I mean, why would the Russian authorities want him to become ill and die? That doesn't make any kind of sense. That's never made any sense.
For the same reason they send the same two guys around to cause trouble all over the world.
Well, indeed, Maybe they'll turn up again. Maybe after all, they're the great experts in a certain chemical agent, which we're not even supposed to name apparently, because YouTube doesn't like us doing so.
They're experts, but they could, they're experts, but they could never, finish off the target anyway.
Well,
from Mark Hewitt, police chief released video on the death of I don't even know, Micaiah Bryant. Very quick. What result? I'm sure I'm not pronouncing that name correctly.
Yes.
What result if body cam film from cops in Floyd case, Chauvin's knee on Floyd's shoulder, had been released early? Assuming the full 30 minutes.
Yes, I'm afraid, to be honest, I haven't followed this in that kind of detail. All I'm going to say is I don't like second guessing court decisions. I am very, very troubled by some of the things that were said before the jury gave its verdict. I made my views about that very clear. And there are certain things about the trial that I thought were anomalous. I think that's all I'm going to say about this, because again, this isn't an easy topic to discuss on any program on this platform.
Yeah, well, they should have released the whole thing. I don't know why they didn't. They didn't do it, but I guess Anyway, from Valies, thank you for that super chat, by the way, from Valies. Alexander, your audience loves you. Could you tell us a bit about your family's background and connections, if you don't mind?
No, not at all. I mean, I'm from Greece. My family became involved in Greek politics in the late 19th century. We're originally from, believe it or not, northern Greece, but then they went to the Peloponnesus, which is in the south, and then they ended up in Athens. So we became established in Athens in the late 19th century, which makes us an old Athenian family. We've been in the same house since 1901, which is pretty remarkable. My great-grandfather was mayor of Athens before the First World War, and after the First World War, he came back. My grandfather was a minister in various Greek governments. My great uncle, was a rather more nefarious individual. I'm afraid he was somebody who got involved in the war on the wrong side. He became involved with the Germans, which is very bad. And he, as a result, quarreled very badly with my grandfather, and that created something of a family feud. My grandfather's two children, one was Melina, who became Melina Mercury, who was an actress and then a minister, and somebody I loved deeply and worked with on occasions on many things, and who was a great friend, and who died in 1994. And my father was somebody who had struggled strongly against the Greek dictatorship, was also involved in politics at many levels, got to know many years ago Alex's father, when Alex's father was a Cyprus's ambassador in Athens, and they liked each other, but they didn't maintain contact. So Alex and I coming together later had nothing to do with that, but there was that connection. And then my father had two sons, and one of them is me. So that's basically, in a few words,
that's the life. That's the life story. Thank you very much, Valies, for that. From Flying Boar, what is Russia's thoughts on BLM and this race crisis in America?
Well, they just think the whole thing is just. We've actually had the person who's spoken about this is Lavrov, who is the foreign minister, and he's pointed out first of all that Russia was a very strong supporter. The Soviet Union was a very strong supporter of the civil rights movement and everything that was involved in all of that, and of decolonization around the world, and of equality between peoples of all nationalities and ethnicities, and that the Russians to this day are very, very proud of their historic role in that. But then he says that what the Americans are doing today to themselves is that they're dividing up their country, they're setting people against each other, and that he thinks bluntly, and I'm summing it up a bit, but he thinks that they've gone, frankly, loopy on this topic. Those are his views. You can find his interview on the Russian Foreign Ministry website if you scroll far enough, and all his comments are there, and they're absolutely straightforward.
Yeah. From Ruby's 200, could the Duran do a show on the CCP in Africa?
Yeah, absolutely. One day. I mean, we should. It was a very, very, very interesting topic, actually. We had some articles at the beginning when we first established the Duran about what they're doing in, what the Chinese have been up to in Africa, which is a very, very deep economic penetration, and of course they've also established a naval base there. But certainly we should return to that. Yeah. I'm going to add, by the way, the focus is going to shift. Africa will always remain important, but I predict it's Latin America that's now going to be important, because Bolivia and Chile and Argentina and all these places are where the lithium is, and now we're going to have the lithium wars on top of the oil wars.
Yeah, I agree with that. Let's see, from Week Kieran, €20 super chat. Thank you very much for that. From Syrian Curry, SEK 25, we need rules for the call-ins. Thank you very much for that super chat. Thank you very much. From Magnesia Shan, ZAR 100, to what end have the West, including Australia, provided Indonesia with war machinery?
Well, I'm not familiar with the recent history, but of course, in previous times they have done, and on a big scale. And I mean, there's been various stages in Indonesian history when Indonesia became independent. It was led by President Sukarno. It was the Soviets who were the major arms suppliers. Then Sukarno was overthrown in events that a coup, essentially, in 1965, 66. Then there was the long rule of President Suharto. He was a major buyer of arms from countries like Britain, Australia, the United States, and was very strongly aligned to them. And I get the sense this is to a great extent still the case in Indonesia to this day.
All right, thank you very much for that super chat. From Otnosens, RON50, blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God, Matthew 5:9. I believe what you are doing, bringing together ideas and people from all over the world, amply qualifies. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for that. Yeah.
From Eric Kalzidis, CA5. Thank you very much, Eric. From Anatoly, Superin came in too late today, so I will settle for wishing everyone a good weekend. Thank you very much, Anatoly, for that. From James, P93, globalists want limited nuclear exchange so the world population will demand a one world government to keep it from ever happening again. Serious crazy.
Well, that would be lunacy. I have to say, some of the things that I read sometimes on, as I said, some of these foreign policy magazines, which America has in proliferate numbers, I mean, almost make you think that the kind of people who write that might even be thinking along those sorts of crazy lines.
Yeah. Let's see, where are we here? Has Beijing adopted, from Joseph, has Beijing adopted Kuomintang's political ideal?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, by the way, can I just explain? The Kuomintang was the original party, the revolutionary party that overthrew the emperor, and which was led by Sun Yat-sen and then by Chiang Kai-shek. Sun Yat-sen remains a massively popular figure in China. I've actually visited his tomb in Nanjing, and there is still, by the way, a Kuomintang party on the mainland of China, which is connected to the CCP. The Kuomintang, for a very long time, were the party in the ruling party in Taiwan. It is a nationalist party. It is a party that sought to achieve China's independence, sovereignty, to throw off the colonial domination of the Western powers. The West never actually established colonies in China, but they came very close to it. And the CCP began as the left of the Kuomintang. It was a sort of movement that gradually broke away from the Kuomintang and then reformed itself into the Communist Party of China. And it sees itself to a great extent as following the traditions of the original Kuomintang when it was led by Sun Yat-sen. So I hope this is a bit of a historical story, but I think the answer is yes, though there are some old veterans of the Kuomintang in Taiwan who would probably disagree.
All right. From Courtney Harlow. Thank you so much, everyone. These live streams are fantastic. I look forward to them every week. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you very much, Courtney, for that. From Toilet Sauce, Dutch prosecutor, General backs $57 billion UCOS settlement, recommending throwing out Russia's appeal. No surprise here, as the Dutch are deeply involved in all this neoliberal racket.
We will see whether the Dutch Supreme Court goes along with this. We've known about this for a long time, by the way. I mean, this was going to be what he was going to recommend. I think we've known about it for almost a year now. We will see. I mean, it is an absurd decision, and it is another example of the lawfare. I use that word advisedly, that we have been increasingly witnessing. The British High Court, by the way, which also had a decision on the UCOS litigation, took the diametrically opposite view recently. So we'll see how it turns out, but it doesn't surprise me at all.
All right, and the final one from Anatoly is Bosharov and Petrov, new spy series coming to Netflix soon.
Well, indeed, absolutely. I'm sure they are. I mean, frankly, with them on the case, what chance James Bond? I mean, roll over Daniel Craig. I mean, Petrov and Bashirov are there. They're coming for you.
That's a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Bashirov and Petrov.
Petrov, yeah. There was a Russian comic writer who went by the name of Ilf and Petrov. So that already makes the whole thing to Russians seem rather ludicrous, by the way, because anyway.
Please update on Australia and the China Cold War. Yeah, we were thinking of doing a video on
we
that,
will do it.
It is an interesting what's going on, I believe, in Victoria.
Absolutely.
Specifically, yeah.
Yes.
Well, we're done. If we talk for another 6 more minutes, we get to 5 hours. Absolutely. Maybe we'll save that for another time.
I think so, yeah.
All right, that's everything. Alexander, do you have anything?
No, just to say this is our longest, I think, live, and of course an enormously stimulating one. My God, what a range of topics we've discussed. But perhaps we might want to keep things a little bit more concise in future.
These are long lives. Hello in Algeria. All right, great. That's everything. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you
for all the support. Thank you for sticking around. Hit that like on your way out. Do us a big favor. Spartan Warrior Queen, thank you very much for sticking around for the live as well. Yeah. Thank you to all the people that sent the super chats. I believe Danny was also moderating as well. Thank you very much as well, moderating there, Danny. Thank you to everybody that sent us donations via PayPal, Patreon, Subscribestar, via our donor box form as well. Duran Shop, even though we couldn't put the link in the super chat, go to drnshop.com or the duranshop.com, 10% off. Real News is the code to get that coupon. And that's it. Any final words, Alexander?
No, just a huge pleasure to be speaking with you. But I have to say, I think my wife will probably want me to sit down and tell her all about this great live stream before very long. So I should perhaps go and see her.
There you are. Greetings to everybody in Ireland as well. Thank you very much. Take care, everybody.
Thank you.